couple minutes before 7 o'clock at night, and it's still 108 degrees here in Decatur, Texas. A record-setting day for the weather, and these kids hope that maybe it could be a record-setting day for them too. Stephenville and Decatur, two 4A Division I powers with state title hopes, meet here in September on Friday Night Football. And with that, we welcome you inside the broadcast booth here in the heart of Wise County, Decatur, Texas. Mike Leslie and Heckma Harrison here with you once again. And Heckma, this really is a matchup of two teams that hope they may see each other again come state semifinal time. Region 1 for Decatur, Region 2 for Stephenville. Stephenville with the more difficult path through Region 2, but still, these two teams could be there come December.
Yeah, I think when you look at Stephenville, a team that's coming in that has the history of winning state titles, obviously known for pumping out great quarterbacks in the state of Texas. They want to take the hard road, and they know when you come up against a Decatur squad that has gone to a state semis, look, this is ideal for at least getting you prepared for those tough district title, district championship.
This game is slated to start at 7 o'clock, just in a couple minutes' time here now. These are two teams that like to run the football. This game might be over by about 8:45. This game's going to move tonight, I think.
No, and again, I think when you talk about, let's go on the other side for Decatur, they specialize in running the ball. And on a night like tonight, on natural grass, that may be the saving grace for all of these athletes out here because they're on this natural grass. But you're right, Mike. This game is going to fly by because it's not going to be much throwing the ball here. It's going to be a lot of on-the-ground action.
Yeah, we talked about it on the 6 o'clock news just a little bit ago. That natural grass factor makes a difference. You don't have the heat bouncing off the turf. That matters out here, but still 108 is 108.
It's 108.
Yeah. Players to watch tonight. First for the Stephenville Yellow Jackets, the visiting team. I beg your pardon. We're going to go with Nate Palmer first, the Decatur Eagle running back, 4-star prospect. Heck, this kid's on his way to TCU.
No, he is a great running back, and it may be an overused term when you start talking about running backs or any athlete to say he's great. No, this kid epitomizes that. Not only that, he is a great student athlete. When we talked with his coach, he just talks so well about this kid, just talking about all the great things that he does and the fact that he coached his dad. I think that is the biggest story. He coached his dad, so knows a little bit about him. But, man, you talk about the 2,000 yards, just a great athlete and a great kid.
Meanwhile, for Stephenville, Tate Maruska, a fellow running back, both of these guys were in the vicinity of 2,500 yards from scrimmage a year ago. For Maruska, 2,098 yards on the ground and 20 touchdowns. Really, really talented kid, and they will give him the rock.
No, Tate is he's different. And when I mean different, he's like, we use the term, a guy is a dog. He is whatever the next level above dog is, okay? Because they're going to feed him early and often, and they don't mind giving him the ball 35, 37 times in the game. That is the kind of running back that he is. Bell Cow just doesn't do him any justice. They lean on him, they rely on him, and he's never let them down.
Before we hit a break, what is your feeling is the differentiator in this game tonight?
You know, I really think it's going to start up front. I think it's going to start up front. Obviously, it's 108 degrees. When it's this hot, it's going to who gets tired first, and it's kind of easy to see those things start to happen on the field. But it's going to be one in the trenches, a game like this.
Stephenville does have the size advantage inside, so we'll see how much that matters. In fact, Decatur's got a right guard, Shane Elisegi. 5'7", 175 pounds is what he's listed at, and one of his coaches said 175 might be generous. But he is active and talented, and he's going to get after it tonight. They're going to need him to against the size that Stephenville has. These two schools met in the playoffs 3 consecutive years, 2014 to 2016. Stephenville and Decatur, a tremendous matchup, and we get spoiled with it in September. Kickoff is next on Friday Night Football. Touchdown! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna versus Salina. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pups out, make sure to protect their paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkin. Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game, the triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
From Eagle Stadium in Decatur, 6th-ranked Stephenville visits the Eagles on Friday Night Football. Head coaches tonight, first for the Stephenville Yellow Jackets, Sterling Doty, in his 5th year as Stephenville's head coach, led his program to a state championship back in 2021. Meanwhile, from Decatur, head coach Steve Huff in his 2nd year as Decatur's head coach after a long run at College Station. Two of the more successful head coaches in the state going head-to-head tonight. Heckma Harrison, we are just about ready to kick this football game off. This should be a really good battle. The folks on the Decatur side that I talked to as we were coming up the stairs, I think they know, hey, this Stephenville program can play. They're going to have a challenge, but who's this we got flying in? Okay.
I don't know. We've seen it all now, Mike. I think we have successfully seen everything together at this point.
There's no signage on the plane that would indicate it's like from a certain team or whatever. It says Aerovac Life Team. I don't believe anything is wrong here. I think this is just for show. Are you kidding me? They just blew a tent over on the far side of the field. Who's going to get off this helicopter right now?
No.
Is this game ball delivery? Yes, it is. They are delivering the game ball here in Decatur. Oh, that is too cool. Welcome to 4A high school football, ladies and gentlemen. The game ball delivered via helicopter, and now it's time to play some football.
Okay, I know we do things big in Texas, but that's as big as I've seen for a football game. That is awesome. I saw them coming, and I didn't want to distract you, but the closer they got, I was like, okay, clearly they're coming right at the stadium. That is so cool.
And with that, now we can play some football here in Decatur. Number 6, Stephenville. The Yellow Jackets off to a 1-1 start this year. Lost a tight one against Midlothian Heritage in week 1. Won a very low-scoring slugfest against Everman a week ago. Decatur, meanwhile, 0-2, but hoping that chopper delivery of the game ball might unlock a win for him here tonight.
No, this I'm really speechless. I'm in awe right now. I don't think what
That's pretty cool.
That? I don't think we've been a part of some really big matchups, but never had the game ball airdropped on the field. I mean, that's pretty big time right there. I don't know if you could top that. What did you ask me? I'm sorry. What did you ask me?
All I know is that our referee, Ryan Vance, now has the game ball, and it's time to kick this one off. It will be Decatur football first. Stephenville will kick it away here momentarily. We've seen some things here on Friday Night Football, but that
takes the cake.
That's new.
That takes the cake right there. This is awesome. Awesome atmosphere driving in here, Decatur, west of Denton. And pulling in, you could tell, man, they were setting up the barricades, getting everything ready. And this is an awesome crowd out here for a high school football game. This crowd on both sides already.
It'll be a Diego Chavarria to kick it away for Stephenville. Deep to return for the Eagles. Landon Feltz, Nate Palmer, and Antoine Gilbreth. Palmer and Gilbreth, stepbrothers. Two of the most talented players on this Eagles football team. And we are underway with a chopper-delivered game ball in Decatur. From the 8-yard line, here comes Landon Feltz out across the 20 to the 25. And it's football time in Wise County.
Yeah, keep your eyes on that guy, number 2, Landon Phelps, a wide receiver. I said a lot about them running the ball, but this guy, he is definitely a utility knife. He does it all. He does, always in motion. He can go inside, he can go outside, reverses, whatever. Number 2 is a very special player as well.
Quick throw near side. They'll get it to Landon Feltz, but knifing through to make the play in the backfield. Very well done by this Stephenville defense.
Yeah, Stephenville, they obviously are a very aggressive defense. They are concentrating on this run. They don't want to get beat by Nate Palmer because he's one of those backs. He gets stronger as he goes, but a tough downhill runner at 5'11", 190 pounds.
Briar Floyd made the tackle on the first play. Now Nate Palmer breaking a couple tackles in the backfield. Should have been a loss of yards. Instead, out to the 34 and sets up 3rd and 3.
That's his specialty. You get your arms on him. You better gang tackle a guy like that because if he can run through, all he needs is a little bit of space to break it away. And so Stephenville, even though that was a big gain for Palmer, he's the kind of guy, again, that he can take it to the house on you.
Call it officially 3rd down and 2. A minute into this opening period here in Decatur, and Palmer will get the handoff once again. Again, having to make guys miss in the backfield. This time, no gain. It'll be 4th down.
And when we talked with Coach Huff, he said the offensive line was kind of the last thing to gel on the football team. And right now, his offensive line is having a little trouble with that Stephenville front. Guys like Justin Stevens, Wesley Griffin, Philip Wiggins, and Colton Dorth are in the backfield. That last handoff, they were almost taking the handoff from Nate Palmer.
So on 4th and 2, Nathan McCrory to punt it away. Low snap, but he's able to let loose a line drive punt. Tristan Gentry's going to let that one roll. It's a good punt for Decatur all the way down to the 15-yard line. And that's where we'll see this Stephenville offense come out for the first time today. Ryan Gafford, the junior quarterback, played in 8 games a year ago, started 5 when Ryder Lambert, their superstar QB, got hurt in week 2 of the football season. So he got some good experience, Heckma, to be able to now ascend into this role after Lambert's graduation.
Ryder Lambert, one of my favorite players from last season, man, just great, phenomenal talent. Hated to see him get hurt, man. Great player.
On 1st and 10, it's going to be Gafford to keep it himself, trying to spread to the outside and cut off on the far side by Lane Hestand. A gain of a yard, but the Decatur defense up to the task.
Yeah, Hestand getting out into the boundary or out in the flat to make that tackle. But to me, that looked like a busted play. I think Gafford and Maruska were trying to connect on an RPO. Maybe the communication was off between the two and ended up being a quarterback sneak.
So 2nd and 9. This time the handoff does go right up the middle to Tate Maruska, and Tate Maruska's got a big seam into the secondary, lost his footing. Otherwise, that could have been an awful lot more. 1st down out to the 27.
Mike, Tate looked like he had space if he just stayed on the seam, but he makes a move back to the outside. If he stays right there on that seam, man, it looked like he was going to take that to the house.
We talked about it off the top of the broadcast. Stephenville has the size advantage up front. Big Crease Brister, 6'5", 305 on that left side of the line, leading the charge, and they're going to run behind him a lot tonight. But that was a very nice effort by this Decatur front. First on the scene for this Eagles defense was Michael Trammell.
And that's the thing, when you come up against a huge offensive line like the one that the Yellow Jackets have, you have got to beat them to the punch. So you have to anticipate that snap count. You've got to get on these guys early. Can't allow them to get on top of it.
That's going to be a flag right at the snap. Looks like it's going to be a false start against Stephenville, and they're going to give 5 of those Tate Maruska rushing yards back here. So it'll be 2nd down and 16 now. Gafford in shotgun. He'll hand off for Maruska. Picks his way forward, bulls his way for maybe an extra yard or so, but heckman, it's going to be 3rd down and 13.
Yeah, I think with the penalty pushes them back. You know that they're going to stay behind Tate Maruska. But 3rd and about 12, I would naturally assume that this is going to be a passing down. Keep your eyes on number 1, Tristan Gentry, a guy who was offered by Texas Tech. He is a speedster, kid with good hands.
So 3rd down and officially a dozen. Gafford to the air. Pulls it down, going to try and run for it. Throws last second, but can't connect. Tried to find Judson Wells, incomplete. 4th down, Decatur gets a big stop.
Yeah, he was looking for Gentry. And a good job on the outside by Decatur, doing a good job of defending the boundary, trying to run a bit of an out route to number 1, defended well.
So these two teams exchange punts. Ball dropped. And they're just going to have to pounce on top of it. A huge mistake here is Zane Nielsen. Couldn't catch the punt snap, and that's going to give Decatur the football at the 12-yard line in Stephenville territory.
Botch snap right there, and, man, how about that for a changing of momentum here early with not being able to maintain and handle that punt gives Decatur some great field position.
So out comes this Decatur offense led by Jed Rosta Jr. Handoff for Palmer. Makes one cut, trying to get to the outside. Palmer to the edge. Nate Palmer, the best player on the football field tonight, and he just showed you it right there. 12 yards for the touchdown, and Decatur capitalizes on the error.
Man, what a pretty move. And that block set up on the outside by the wide receiver. That's what you want to see from your wideouts. Putting those big blocks in to allow for Nate Palmer to catch the edge. And, man, that was exactly what they needed. You get that botched punt, get great field position, and, look, you reward your team with points when that happens.
Extra point is up and through off the foot of Greg McDonald, and Decatur strikes first. The muff on the punt snap leads to the 12-yard touchdown run from Nate Palmer, and it's 7-0 Decatur on Friday Night Football. Touchdown! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna versus Salina. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pups out, make sure to protect their paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkin. Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Back in Wise County, 7-0, the Decatur Eagles with the lead. 7:44 left in this opening period. And it was the punt snap dropped by Zane Nielsen, the senior punter, that set Decatur up with 1st and 10 at the 12-yard line in Yellow Jackets territory. And one play later, Nate Palmer was in the end zone. Kickoff for the touchback. Out to the 25 comes this Stephenville offense, and Heckma suddenly having to now find an answer.
Hey, it's all three phases of the game: offense, defense, and special teams. Special teams not doing you any favors. Like you said, botch snap there and not able to maintain. Here you go. You're back in on your second drive, and obviously not having to put up any points right now, but you've given up a little bit of momentum and just kind of handed 7 points over to the Eagles.
It'll be 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line off the touchback. Gafford will be in shotgun. Tate Maruska to his right. Maruska, a week ago in the 14-7 win over Everman, touched the football 40 times. They're going to go to the air-off play action on this down, though, and they find Tristan Gentry far side right at the sticks. That will be enough for a first down based on the spot of the far sideline judge. And that was the play that they ran previously, trying to pick up the 3rd and long, but it was covered great by Antoine Gilbreth. And on that play, you can find Tristan Gentry found an opportunity at the sticks and made the catch. 1st and 10 at the 35 now. Handoff Maruska, patiently waiting, but then found in the hole by Michael Trammell. He's been active here in the early going, Heckma.
Yeah, Trammell is going to see a lot of Tate Maruska, so he's better get used to it. A guy that is going to be running downhill at you and has multiple speeds, but man, he is just a dog. Just one of those guys that just doesn't quit and is always going to try and fall forward. And I wouldn't want to see that guy over and over again in that B gap.
No, not at all. 2nd down and 8, throwing far side again for Gentry. Nearly made a man miss. Good job by Antoine Gilbreth to stay with him, Heckma, and take him down, but still a first down gain into Decatur territory.
And that's a crafty move on the outside from Tristan Gentry. A little bit of a push-off, and the wide receiver gets away with it all the time, being a former quarterback yourself. You like that. You like when you guys work for the first down, but that's really crafty out there for number 1, a junior.
So 1st and 10 at the 48 now in Decatur territory. Gafford rolling near side. Good coverage. He's just got to flip it out of bounds and live to fight another down.
But what that is also for Ryan is showing his maturity as a junior. A lot of guys will try and create and do something with their legs and try and get on the outside or even make a run. He would have lost yards right there. But what does he do? He throws the ball out of bounds and gets himself back to the original line of scrimmage.
Second down and 10 for Gafford. Handoff Maruska into the pile, but stood up. Wyatt Vinzan and Michael Trammell there again. Caden Barnes also in the middle to plug it up, and it's going to be 3rd down and 10.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Caden Barnes inside doing a really good job against the center, Rob Harrison. Harrison, obviously from a good family, but Caden Barnes is doing his good work and pushing Harrison back.
It's a cousin of Heckman's. 3rd down and 8. Gafford to the air. Pressured. And fires over the head of Tristan Gentry. And again, this Decatur defense able to stand tall. It has looked at points, Heckma, like Stephenville's been able to move the ball the way that they wanted to, and then suddenly Decatur's been able to stand up.
No, they haven't, and I think they just haven't found the rhythm that they were looking for. The junior Gafford has been looking for opportunities but not wanting to make a whole lot of mistakes. So on that last drive, he threw it away again, only left him 2 more downs, and he couldn't make the play on 3rd and long.
So watch this punt snap. This time Nielsen catches it cleanly, but this is a tough punt off the right side of his foot, and it's going to be good field position once again for Decatur. Certainly not as good as last time, but they're going to take over at their own 34-yard line with a 7-0 lead here on their home field. I'm telling you, when I talked to the folks on the near side as I was making my way back up to the press box before the game, reticence is the word that comes to mind from some of the Decatur fans. I think they had some concerns about, how are we going to deal with this 6th-ranked Stephenville football team? We're only 6 minutes and 25 seconds into the football game, but at least so far, so good.
No, and you know what's weird about this? There isn't a sense of panic, though, from the Eagles, and that is because they've been here before. They went on a gigantic run last year, magical run to AT&T Stadium, and I think they shut this whole city down going to AT&T Stadium. They know what it's like to start off 0-3. Right now at 0-2, that puts a bad taste in their mouth. They don't want to be, but at the same time, they recognize that they've played some teams that are tremendous, and so they are testing their mettle, and they have a Stephenville team in front of them that's, hey, a really, really good team.
Kudos to our photographer, Graham Rayner, working hard down there in the field, getting his camera reset up as Antoine Gilbreth comes down the near sideline as we now have crowd noise back with us here on Friday Night Football. Wonderful to hear. Graham's working hard out there in 108-degree heat right now. At least the sun is starting to go down. I hope it's not still 108 here now at 7:17 at night, but it was only about a half an hour ago. Palmer in the backfield and swarmed. A loss of 5 on the play back into Decatur territory.
At 6'1", 260 pounds, 65-pound, number 70, Colton Dirth, just getting a major push in the middle of the field and putting that pressure on Nate Palmer.
Sets up 2nd down and 15. They'll come to Gilbreth once again on the near side. Makes a man miss at midfield, nearly squirted through there. Big pickup, though, for Gilbreth, down to the 43-yard line.
How special was that move, though? How special was that? He's bottled up on this side and not able. It looked like he was going to lose some yardage. He plants, goes back inside, and splits the defenders. That's textbook to bring up a 3rd and 5.
Palmer has enough for the, far side spot says no. We'll see which one of these line judges overrules the other. They're going to mark it right at the 41. He will be short, about a half a yard short of the line to gain. 4th and inches here for Decatur. Offense not going anywhere. Jed Ross, the junior, in shotgun. Palmer to his right. Ross going to keep it himself. 1st down and then some inside the 35.
Good to see that from Jed. He's 200 pounds. That's a big kid running behind his center. He should be able to pick that yardage up easy. And it looked like Coach Huff didn't even flinch. He was going for it immediately once he realized they didn't get the 1st down.
Palmer patient in the backfield, then picks his way through to get down to the 30, a pickup of 4.
You said it, really a patient runner, runs with a great leverage, runs great behind his pads.
Second and 6, he'll take the handoff once again. Crashes his way to the 26.
Yeah, tough inside runner. Talk about that patience. I'm going to go with the vision as well, man. It's great. Uses his vision, cutting it back inside. Not a lot of running backs, man. They'll try and bounce that thing out and lose yardage. That's a great trait that Palmer has, staying behind his pads and staying behind his blockers.
3rd and 2. Ross sacked. Crashing through for the sack for Stephenville is Brighton DeVivo, and it's 4th and long.
DeVivo coming from the linebacker spot. And he sees the RPO from Jed Ross, and once Jed Ross pulls that ball back in, he's great big smile on his face because he recognized that he got him dead to rights and gets the sack. Right now, this is a lot of back and forth. You see from both of these defenses, they're not giving much. Other than giving up that big yardage down here on the muff punt, look, this defense has been playing pretty good.
Yes, no doubt. They're going to have to stand up tall here, though, on 4th down and 6. Decatur's got to get to the 24-yard line to pick up a first down. Ross to the air, flips it over the top, hauled in despite a big hit. First down in the hands of Abram Graham.
Tell you what, Abram Graham, they give him the name as the other back, especially when you have a guy like Nate Palmer, but a little guy, but man, that's a big hit but a big catch. He picks up that first down for the Eagles.
We have a discussion between a couple of officials on the near sideline.
They're not moving the stick, so.
Apparently everything is squared away. It will be a first down for Decatur, and quite a catch from Abram Graham through a big hit from Mason Haynes, the senior cornerback. So a 4th and 6 conversion, and now a first down handoff here for Nate Palmer. Dragged down from behind. Philip Wiggins with the tackle.
Yeah, big Philip Wiggins, the defensive end. Look at him, he's shedding the block. Well, that is textbook. That's how you want to have it, and that's number 3 for the Eagles, trying to get a block on Philip Wiggins. Great job for the 5'9", 200-pound defensive end, shedding that block and making the tackle.
Flag at the snap.
Illegal procedure against the Eagles.
And that's Cooper Stastny, number 3 that I was mentioning. I was trying to get the block on the outside for Philip Wiggins.
Yeah.
Just got to do a better job of bending that guy back inside and giving Nate Palmer an opportunity to come right off your hip pocket to bend it outside. He has the speed to do exactly that. All he's looking for is a window.
2nd down and 15 now after the penalty. And another flag. Another false start's going to make it 2nd down and officially 21. Sounds like it was against Nate Palmer, if I'm reading the lips of Ryan Vance correctly.
Stay tuned for the Friday Night Football halftime show sponsored by Golden Chick. Golden Chick, the preferred postgame destination. Come in and see why we say one taste and you're golden at Golden Chick.
2nd down and 21. Little misdirection here. Handoff to Nate Palmer, and he's got some space. Palmer with a blocker out in front. Palmer with a stiff arm inside the 10. What a move from Nate Palmer, and he scores! 32 yards for Nate Palmer on 2nd and 21.
Oh my God, what a run right here from Nate Palmer. And he jump cut back inside, and you see the blue and pink celebration, the dust going up like a gender reveal. And it is revealed that he is him, okay? That's what that is, he is him.
That's not a boy, that's a man out there on the football field.
That's a
Wow.
him.
14-0. All on the back of Nate Palmer, and Decatur has started very strong at home on Friday Night Football.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
The Decatur Eagles indeed ready. 14-0. Eagles with the lead on the 6th ranked team in the state. the Stephenville Yellow Jackets. Nate Palmer with a pair of touchdown runs and a dream start for Steve Huff's football team.
Couldn't ask for a better start for Coach Huff. They've gotten behind that running game, and man, Nate Palmer is as advertised. That jump cut was second to none, man. He looked like he was bottled up, and he gets back to the outside to get some points. But what a play, though. What a play design.
That's going to draw a flag as Tate Maruska was run out of bounds and pushed on that white stripe on the far sideline. So tack an extra 15 yards onto that return from the senior running back Maruska. Ryan Vance, our referee tonight, has been active this evening. The white hat for a 7-man crew tonight. Zach Spears, his umpire. 1st and 10 at the 47 now after they walk off the penalty yard. So maybe 14-0 Decatur, but Stephenville staked a really good field position here and a chance to answer. Let us know in the YouTube comments where you're tuning in from tonight. If you're down there in Erath County in Stephenville, maybe you hung out and decided to stay out of the heat to tune in. That ball nearly intercepted. Nathan McCrory had a chance at that one. Knocked it away, stepping in front of the intended target, which was Judson Wells.
You can't ask for your safety to be in any better position than that. Gafford escaped the rush, steps up inside, eyeballing his receiver the entire time. And Nathan McCrory, you're going to see that one in your sleep, son. So best to go ahead and come down with it. You get your hands on it.
2nd down and 10. Pressure here on Gafford. Ball stripped out. Gafford able to scramble back on top of that football somehow, but not before losing a huge chunk of yards as Lane Hestan stripped that ball loose. It bounced right back up to Gafford, though.
Boy, that's a lucky bounce. That is a lucky bounce, and I'm telling you, the pressure that they're bringing on the outside from Lane Hestan, he doesn't always come from the outside linebacker position, but when he does, he comes with some speed, and Gafford trying to roll away from the pressure. I don't think he could even feel that pressure coming down on his neck from Lane.
3rd down and 27. Gafford to the air, going to heave it deep, single coverage. Bullion's back there, nearly hauled it in. Went up at the apex opposite of Cavazos and nearly made a sensational catch.
Oh, Noah trying to high point this ball, has it in on his fingertips. And just not enough air to come down with that ball. But man, if he would have, that would have been the biggest play and would have been honestly the play that the Yellow Jackets needed. They have been struggling on offense, and now they put their defense right back out on the field.
Gafford getting back on top of that football at least allowed Stephenville to punt it away and is going to save them a good 50 yards worth of field position here, forcing Decatur to start back at their own 29-yard line. But with a 14-0 advantage, the Decatur Eagles on their home field, still 32 seconds left in the opening period, have a 14-0 lead and the football.
Yeah, the Eagles are, they are soaring high right now. They're getting behind this running game, and I think they have the Yellow Jackets off balance. They've been doing a lot of inside-outside stuff with those quick little passes on the outside to Gilbreth. Man, I think those are the things that's happening right now that this Stephenville's defense don't know if they're coming or going.
1st and 10 from the 28, they officially spot it. Palmer with nowhere to go. Philip Wiggins once again in the backfield. Colton Dirth as well.
Yeah, this defense, we've talked about them and the pressure that they're getting in the middle, and there's Colton Dirth again, number 70, in the middle of things. The senior, excuse me, no, he is a sophomore. Woo-hoo. The future is in good hands. That guy is awesome.
14-0 our score after 1-2 Nate Palmer touchdown runs, and the Decatur Eagles off to a brilliant start on their home field here on Friday Night Football.
You need a team you can trust to prepare you for the day.
We are making sure that you have all the information you need.
Looking out for you.
So we do have the heat advisory and the air quality alert in effect for today.
Bold reporting.
Reporting from Plano.
Red flag warning in place.
Dynamic coverage.
Live from Addison.
Original content.
We are staying on top of this story, of course. Be safe out there on the roads. It's going to be a great time.
I am up with Daybreak. What about you?
Touchdown! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna versus Salina. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+. Beautiful night here in Wise County. Clouds finally rolling in, some shade for the kind people here in Decatur.
Much needed. Much needed.
And their team's up 14-0 as well over Stephenville as we start the second quarter here on Friday Night Football.
Stay tuned for the Friday Night Football halftime show sponsored by Golden Chick. Golden Chick is the perfect post-game destination. Come in and see why we say one taste and you're golden at Golden Chick.
It will be Decatur football. Second down and 16, though, for the Eagles offense. Nate Palmer thrown for a loss on that last carry. So a long way to go here for Jed Ross, the junior quarterback, and this Eagles offense. He's got three wides to the near side. They're going to throw it this way for Palmer. He's got blockers in front of him, and he's got speed. Nate Palmer down the sideline. 40, 30, 20, chased from behind, but will not be caught. 3 touchdowns in the opening quarter and 13 seconds for Nate Palmer, and it's 20-0 Decatur.
I got 2 words for you, Mike. He gone. Look at this pass out in the flat, splitting defenders, and it's just a foot race, and no one is going to catch Nate Palmer. Well, he has been electric, and as advertised as a player, I don't know if the 5th star needs to fly in like that helicopter, but they need to hurry up and get this guy his 5th star, because that's 5-star effort right there. Look at this pass out in the flat. And as soon as he gets it, he knows he is off to the races. Nobody's going to catch him out on the outside. Willis Jackson does everything he can. 2 guys starting off almost from the same point. And you see right there, that's just speed.
There's a reason Nate Palmer is a 4-star recruit, and there's a reason this young man is going to go play for Sonny Dykes at TCU. Special, special talent. I talked with one of the assistant coaches from Decatur before the game, and we were talking about some of the size disparities, because Stephenville does have the bigger kids out there. There's no 2 ways about it. They've got Colton Durr, 6'1", 265 out there playing defensive tackle, and he's opposite Shane Elisegi, who's 5'7", 175. And so we're kind of talking it through, but eventually the conversation circled around to, yeah, but Decatur's got the best player on the football field.
No, they do. They do.
And that changes things.
No, they really do. And I think you could tell, even with that size disparity, these little guys out here are getting all up on the Yellow Jackets, okay? And they may be small, but they are getting it done, and they take pride in their blocking. As you saw on that last pass out in the flat, each man, it was a hat on a hat to get Palmer out the back door.
Tate Maruska trying to make something happen from his own 14 out to the 35-yard line. So again, good field position for this Yellow Jackets offense, but they need to create some holes for Maruska and get their ground game working. It's still plenty early enough in the football game that nobody needs to abandon any game plans. No. But they need to get Maruska rolling here.
Yeah, and the thing is like you said right there, Mike, it's 11:38 in the second quarter. High school football is a lot different as the clock will stop, okay? And that gives you an opportunity to never really kind of be behind the 8 ball until you get to the 4th quarter and you're actually really running out of time. But they're in it, okay? They can't abandon their game plan, but they have got to get the ball into the hands of their playmakers, and that's a good start to get the ball out to Tristan Gentry. But Tate Maruska, you're right. He is their best chance for victory. He's just going to have to pound the rock going in at halftime. And if you're the Yellow Jackets, this is as close to a must-score drive as there is in this ball game. They've got to put some points up here.
I can't let this moment go by. A comment in our YouTube feed from one Erin Leslie that says she's watching from Waxahachie tonight. Elena, it's time to go to bed. 2nd down and 6. Tate Maruska around the right side picks up a yard. They just can't seem to get him rolling.
No. And I think when you have a guy like Maruska, which, trust me, the Eagles they're keying in on him, and he is the one thing that they have to do. They practiced this all week about not allowing number 17 to get rolling on him because they fear him. I mean, you have to have a healthy fear of this guy because he can just continue to pound it on you. And before you look up, he can have 170, 150 yards. He's that kind of back.
Yeah. 3rd down and 4. Little reverse here for Gentry. Gentry's got some green space. Makes the one-man miss he needed to, and he's up the sideline. Gentry inside the 35. 1st down for Stephenville, and a little jolt of life here from the Yellow Jackets.
No, they needed that play. I talked to you about getting the ball into the hands of your playmakers, and Gentry is one of them. Doesn't look like he's moving fast. He's such a long strider, boy, but he is gobbling up yards. But they've got to get number 17 going.
1st and 10 at the 31. Gafford in shotgun. 2 wides to his right, straight drop. Gafford with all day. Now the time starts to evaporate. Heaves downfield, has 2 guys down there, but just missed his intended target, Judson Wells. We have been told that there's the possibility of lightning in the vicinity. The officials have not blown the whistle yet, but it's at least something that is on everybody's radar.
Imagine going from 108 degrees from just the sun blazing to now all of a sudden clouds rolling in. And I can tell you, in the last 2.5 months, we haven't had a lot of cloud cover in the state.
Maruska with the handoff, picks up 4.
And this is what Stephenville needs. They need to get number 17 going. Maruska pounding it. And it's going to bring up 3rd down, but I'm telling you right now, this is 4-down territory for me if I'm Coach Doty.
Yeah, you got to get points here. You got to turn this into a 7-point drive. Maruska to the left of Gafford. He'll get the handoff into the pile, nowhere to go. Stood up again. Ethan Talley ate up his block and makes the stop.
Talley ruined this whole play. Look at number 56 on the outside. They cannot get him out of that hole. Aiden Collier is doing everything that he can to maintain that block, to get him out of the way, to give Tate Maruska some breathing room. And man, this is going to bring up a 4th and 7, a big down for the Yellow Jackets early.
Ball at the 28. They've got to get to the 21 for a 1st down. Gafford in shotgun, timeout. Called by Sterling Doty.
That's a lucky break for Sterling Doty because it looked like he had one of his, was it Jaden John on the outside or even Cooper Doty moved a little early.
Well, we've got a minute here in the timeout. We talked about Nate Palmer on his way to TCU. He's not the only one in this game that is headed to Fort Worth. Stephenville left tackle Crease Brister, a 3-star prospect in his own right, headed to Fort Worth as well. So these 2 guys on opposite sides tonight, but they'll be playing against each other, or excuse me, with each other a year from now there at Amon G. Carter Stadium in Fort Worth. That's looking off to our left.
And Crease is so impressive looking. You see this kid down on the field, 6'5", 305. Big old kid.
That is a captivatingly beautiful shot from our crew. I think I think God himself might be watching Stephenville Decatur right now through that. My goodness, that shot was gorgeous. 4th down and 7. Near side, Gentry too tall, incomplete. Decatur with the stop on 4th down.
Gafford had a little bit of time. That's a throw that you want to bring down and get it into the body of Tristan Gentry. Throws it a little high. Gentry not able to get up and corral that pass, and that offense, that drive stalls out for the Yellow Jackets. I'm sure Coach Doty doesn't like it, but he does have some signs of life. This offense just has to get going right now. And with 9:23 here left in the first half, they can ill afford to allow the Eagles to get another score.
Quick throw far side for Gilbreth. Bottled up, no gain on the play. Take a look at our YouTube comments. Michael Hall, a regular viewer, says what's up to myself and Heckma, says he's down at the South Lake Carroll Cedar Hill game tonight. That's the game Jonah Javad's at. We'll have highlights of that one tonight on High School Game Night on WFAA. Boo-hoo in the comments says they're watching from Midlothian Heritage. Midlothian Heritage, a team that Stephenville played in week 1 of this 2023 season. Palmer in motion once again. They're going to throw his way. 4 white jerseys surround him. He makes them all miss at first. Finally bottled up. Rowdy Markland came through to end the play, but he's liable to go for 80 every time he touches the football.
He makes 3 guys miss, and I'm not laughing at this guy. Philip Wiggins is all hustle right there, but Philip missed him twice. So, I mean, Philip Wiggins is probably asking himself, what do I have to do to tackle this guy?
3rd down and 12. They're going to throw far side. Tried to set up a tunnel screen, but nothing doing there for Chase Berg, the sophomore. And it's 4th down, and that was a pivotal stop for this Stephenville defense.
Man, another beautiful play for Coach Huff. They get the double wide receiver screen set up.
It looked like that ball may have come out of Berg's hands right at the end of the play, but ultimately it does remain Decatur football, at least long enough for them to punt it away. Nathan McCrory on to kick it for the Eagles.
This is where they've had some problems. No, I'm thinking Stephenville. I'm sorry.
Yes. The punt snap that went through the hands of Zane Nielsen is what led to that first Nate Palmer touchdown run from 12 yards out. Now, though, Stephenville gets a defensive stop, one that they desperately needed, and an opportunity to answer back here tonight and perhaps get back in this football game. But at least through a quarter and a half, it has been all Decatur.
When you say desperately needed, that was an understatement, because the Eagles were all over him, making plays all over the field, and it was all because of Nate Palmer. Finally, they get a stop. It took 5 of them to get him down, but nonetheless, it worked. They got the ball back. Let's see if they can cash in and get some points.
Quick throw far side. Nice catch down at his hip. And breaking through the tackles is Noah Bullion, and he's got a 1st down.
Okay, Noah. Number 88, looking like the playmaker out there. Look at that. He just gets it off his shoestrings and refuses to go down.
You went playmaker, but with the run after the catch, I might be inclined to go Dez. That was strong work once he got the football.
Let's just say 88 club then. How about that?
1st and 10, handoff for Tate Maruska right up the gut. Maruska breaking to the outside, into Decatur territory. Hand on the back of a blocker inside the 30, out of bounds at the 26. Tate Maruska finally loose here in Wise County.
How about that? That's the guy that we're talking about that needs to get this motor started for the Yellow Jackets. He's been bottled up. The Eagles doing a good job of corralling him, keeping him pretty much between the tackles. Number 17 finally makes his way to the outside and gets a great gain.
1st and 10 at the 25. They'll go Maruska once again, this time hopping on his back is half the Decatur defense. Caden Barnes first on the scene.
Caden Barnes having one heck of a game. Caden Barnes out there, number 30. Got the halter top on with the belly button showing. I see you, big fella.
Gail Jones in the YouTube comments says she's watching from here in Decatur tonight, homesick. Handoff here. Beg your pardon, it's going to be Gafford to keep it himself. She said the chopper delivery that we saw earlier tonight is not a regular occurrence, but a fairly common occurrence up here in Wise County.
Okay. I wish somebody had told us.
You took the words right out of my mouth, my man.
All right. I didn't know.
I hope, maybe we have evaded the danger, although I did, as I said it, I just saw another lightning strike, but it is well off in the distance. 2 hour left as we stand here in the press box, so hopefully far enough away. Pump and go here to the end zone. Tristan Gentry on the receiving end. Touchdown, Stephenville. The Yellow Jackets are on the board.
That's a play that number one has made several times. And, man, to see him go up right there, he is matched up on the outside man-to-man against Antoine Gilbreth. These guys have been battling it out. And Tristan Gentry able to go up on that fade ball, high pointed, and come down with it. That was the score that the Yellow Jackets needed with 5:37 left here in the first half.
So Chavarria on for the extra point. 21-7. Now the score. Ryan Gafford up top for Tristan Gentry. On a 3rd and long, a big hookup here for the Yellow Jackets, and they're back in it on Friday Night Football.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit. It's agony and victory. Diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories. The unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
As we welcome you back to Decatur's Eagle Stadium. 3,894 the capacity here at Eagle Stadium. We may be stretching the boundaries of that tonight. Both the home side and the visitor side pretty full up. Both bands have vacated their portions of the stadium, so those are really the only empty spots you can find in the stands right now. As Stephenville kicks it away, a booming kick from Chavarria, and it will be a touchback, and out comes this Decatur offense once again.
That was a great drive there by Stephenville. We saw that their drive previous to this one stall out with that not being able to pick up the yardage on 4th down. They made some adjustments, came right back, put the ball into the hands of Maruska and Gentry, also with big plays by Noah Bullion as well.
So back comes Decatur's offense. 1st and 10 from their own 25. Ross throwing near side, right in and out of the hands of Nate Palmer. Look like it ricocheted right off his shoulder pads.
Yeah, that's what they call running with it before you get it. Hit him right in the breadbasket.
Hey, did her mom take her? Josie, did her mom get her?
Always fun when we hear the actual conversations happening down on the field right in front of our microphone.
We're in real time up here.
I do not know if her mom got her. 2nd down carry for Jed Ross, picks up a couple of yards. It'll be 3rd down and 8.
Cooing noises from babies. We got mom asking, did the baby get taken?
The good thing is that microphone's down there close, so you're going to get to hear the show from our bands here at halftime crystal clear. The Stephenville High School Yellow Jacket Band, the Big Blue Marching Band of Decatur, and the Big Blue reception here over the middle for Abram Graham. The distance, 72 yards. Decatur strikes again.
Strikes again and strikes quickly. Get them with with Abram Graham right on the seam. Caught them in man and with their backs away from him, and he has no one that can catch him. Great job by the little fella.
Extra point up and through, 28-7 Decatur. What a performance, Heckma Harrison from the Eagles. Another look here at Abram Graham's 73-yard catch and run. And the Eagles have got a 28-7 lead here on Friday Night Football.
Yeah, that was blocked up perfectly on the out. That's one thing that I am really impressed with the Eagles is the way that they block for one another. They had that play set up perfectly, and as soon as it hits Graham's hands, there's a guy, a hat on a hat, even downfield. These guys take, you can see just a little small things that these guys take pride in, and it's making the difference here as, I don't know, Stephenville, their defense has to have an answer for what the Eagles are doing, and man, it better come pretty soon.
It's interesting, is in talking with Sterling Doty earlier this week, we talked about how the defense was kind of what has been carrying them so far early in this season. Played to a scoreless tie into the third quarter against Everman a week ago. But tonight, their defense has just not been able to make heads or tails of Nate Palmer, which, not that they're alone in that, obviously, but they're going to have to come up with some answers here at halftime. It'll be Gentry on a one-hand snag at his own 3-yard line trying to find a seam. Spins his way through a couple tackles, still going out to the 30-yard line. Nice return from Tristan Gentry, the junior wide receiver.
Hey, talk about the one, look at this one-hand snag from Gentry, just showing off right now. And still able to make some positive yards out of it. Like I said, Gentry's one of those kids, man, he doesn't look like he has such a smooth running style, but he is gobbling up yardage. Love to see him on that last play, on that touchdown drive. He was singled up, but that just shows you the kind of competitor that he is. He's going to high point, he's going to go for balls, but he is their athlete. He is their guy that they try to get behind to get things going. But we know it's all about Tate Maruska, and 17's been bottled up for a lot of this game.
Gafford's going to keep this one himself, though, up the far sideline. Ryan Gafford out across midfield on the QB keeper.
Yeah, I love that, because right there, everybody inside has their eyes in the backfield, and they are radared in on 17, and Gafford gets to the outside. You got to see your junior Gafford do more, okay? There have been a few throws that he's missed on. We know that this kid is a dynamic thrower of the football, but, you know, maybe the nerves are high, just has to calm down, play within himself, because he's good enough.
They like what he can do with his legs as well, though, and if he can do one or two more of those, make another couple of those pop, then the defense starts to have to honor it a little bit, and it opens things up for Tate Maruska. This time he's flushed out of the pocket, fires downfield. I think that, they're going to say just out of bounds, the catch for Bullion, and incomplete.
Yeah, they need all of these to count. The Yellow Jackets here with 4 minutes left in this half. Down by 21. You want to try and eat up some of this clock. Give your defense a break, okay? Because your defense is reeling right now. They want to get in for halftime to make some adjustments.
Thought about throwing deep, instead goes underneath here for Tristan Gentry. Makes a man miss. Gentry out across the 40, down to the 34-yard line. A first down and a 15-yard pickup for the junior.
Oh, that's just called giving you a little sugar right there. You see this? Look at him plant with that right foot. Get him back inside. Oh, man, that is so pretty.
Left Lane Hestand behind him. 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line. 4:10 left here in this second quarter. Gafford. Little tunnel screen now for Gentry. Gentry's got a lot of room. Gentry right up the seam. Touchdown, Stephenville. 35 yards. Gafford to Gentry again.
look at Tristan Gentry. When he gets this pass, he is just running right behind his blockers. He sees daylight. He knows he's going to score. As soon as he gets the ball in his hands, he just has to be patient and not rush it and run up the back of one of his blockers and get tackled. That's a great job from your junior. 6'1", 165 pounds kid looks a lot bigger than that, plays bigger than that at least.
Chavarria with the extra point, up and through, 28-14. So Stephenville finding a little bit here. 2 touchdown receptions for Tristan Gentry in a minute and 40 seconds worth of game time. And Stephenville is still right there on Friday Night Football. Touchdown! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna versus Salina. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pups out, make sure to protect their paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkin.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Man, buckle up for this one here in Decatur. Ryan Gafford to Tristan Gentry with 5:37 left to make it 21-7. 43 seconds later, Jed Ross to Abram Graham for a 73-yard touchdown, 28-14. And as Chavarria pounds another kickoff into the end zone for the touchback, just enough time to tell you that 57 seconds later, again, Gafford to Gentry, 3 touchdowns in a 100-second span, and it's 28-14.
Hey, I think they found something. Or they know they already had something, but that's a great connection between those two. They have to do something because this interior line is trying to take the run completely away. You have to put the hands into your playmakers, and that yards after catch right there from Gentry, man, it paid dividends for them. Continue to go back to the well with number 1.
Handoff Abram Graham. Abram Graham off to the races. It is a track meet here in Decatur. Abram Graham, 75 yards, answering right back for the Eagles.
So just scrap everything that I just said about the defense. Just scrap everything that I just said because, man, that is the way you want your team to perform. Right, a great job by Abram Graham. He's come up big in the passing game, catching passes, but now you see this guy going right down the hash mark.
Extra point up and through, 35-14 now in favor of the Decatur Eagles. Give you a look back at the series history between these two teams. Stephenville leads the series 4-2, but I'd like to draw your attention to the 2014 game in the bi-district round of the playoffs. 66-64, Stephenville won that game. Now, I don't know if this is going to be that close because Stephenville's got some catching up to do to make it that close, but it's that kind of track meet at least so far. Certainly over the course of the last now, still not quite 2 minutes, 1 minute and 53 seconds, and we've seen 4 touchdowns scored.
Yeah, well, you said that this was a preview to maybe for a potential playoff game in the future, and these two teams obviously like each other with the way that they're going back and forth. This is as competitive of a first half as I've seen, but Decatur is just making, man, easy work of these guys up front. Talk about these offensive line for Decatur being a little small and undersized. They open up some great big holes, and they got 2 running backs that can get through.
Mm-hmm. What needs to happen right now for Stephenville, because you hit on it, their defense is pretty gassed. They're having to chase Abram Graham and Nate Palmer all up and down this football field. Stephenville needs their offense to go on a sustained drive here and score a touchdown very late in this half. because Stephenville does have, that's beneficial here for the Yellow Jackets, that kickoff going out of bounds. That'll be a penalty, and that'll be very good field position here for the Stephenville offense. But their defense needs a breather. If their offense can give them a consistent drive here and some points before halftime, Stephenville has the ball to start the second half.
Yeah.
So that's Stephenville's chance here to get back in the football game, is a touchdown drive here and another one that matches coming out of the halftime break.
Yeah, but down by 21, what I'm looking at right now, Mike, is for Stephenville, their drives have had to be methodical. Okay, they have to get 5-6 plays going to get those touchdowns. On the other side for Decatur, they're the ones that's a quick strike offense. And so for Stephenville, they have to mimic what Decatur is doing. You know, score quickly.
Gafford's going to go to the air here on first down. Pressure, dances away from it, gets away. Now he's going to be able to take off and run for it here. Across the 35, slides down at the 40. Got up looking for a flag. He won't get one. Lane Hestan slid in there and made some contact with him, but apparently not enough to draw the penalty.
Oh, those quarterbacks, I tell you. He gets out and he's
hey,
trying
what are you saying about quarterbacks?
Yeah, I'm saying exactly.
What are you saying about quarterbacks?
I'm saying, look at that. Hey, you get fell on. He's talking to the ref. Where's my flag? Yeah, it's football. We all got pads on out here, buddy. So that's what I'm saying about quarterbacks.
I resent that.
It's okay.
Second down throw far side by Gafford. Yes, hauled in by Noah Bullion. Now the umpire is going to come through and overrule him and say incomplete.
Oh, but Gafford, you see it, man, it really has an arm. That's a run. That's a throw on the move.
That's the right call. That ball hit the ground. That was incomplete.
You said it early when you were talking about Gafford. Him with his arm, but also his legs as well. You can see he's a threat also when he decides to tuck and run with it.
Third down and 2 here. Gafford fakes the handoff. Now he's going to keep it himself. He's got a lot of room. First down and then some. Close to midfield. Slides down at the 48 and moves the chains as we tick down to 3:01 in the second quarter.
First down.
But what it's doing, Mike, is it's moving the chains. It's exactly what they need, is to move the chains. As the chant of defense goes out through the crowd.
Gafford all day, heaves deep, single coverage. Bullion down there, hauls it in. Noah Bullion, 52 yards for the touchdown. Stephenville with another answer.
The 88 Club has another guy. And I tell you what, Ryan Gafford doesn't just do it with his legs. He could do it with his arm as well. Talk about them striking quickly. That was the score that they needed, and they get it done. 2:43 left in this half, and just like that, Stephenville still in some momentum.
Chavarria on for the extra point. It's up and through, 35-21.
His pass, man. Great technique. Doesn't get any better than that, man. I tell you what, Gafford on the outside, big fella. Noah Bullion doing a wonderful job getting open. 6'2", 170-pound wide receiver. Man.
I know the folks here at Decatur are aware of the lightning that's in the vicinity, but we saw one right as the touchdown happened. In the background of my view of Noah Bullion, I saw a lightning strike. I've seen another one here as the PAT was being played out. I've seen some activity and some discussion, but at least as of yet, they haven't stopped anything. I see a collection of Decatur officials down on our far left side at about the 15-yard line, huddled up and talking. I wonder if they're saying, hey, can we just, like, they're probably looking at radars and things like that to decide, hey, can we get through 2 minutes and 43 seconds? Can we get to halftime? And then hope that during halftime the weather goes away, the lightning goes away. We'll see how this plays out, but at least for now we play on. Chavarria with a booming leg, another touchback. He's been terrific today. And out comes this Decatur offense once again. we've had a football game that's matched the weather here over the course of the last several minutes. 5 touchdowns now in a 2-minute and 54-second span.
Boy, quick strike. Talk about the lightning. Did some thunder, too. These guys are going back and forth, and I think the Stephenville Yellow Jackets have pretty much got their swagger back. They found it after giving up that early 21 points in the first quarter.
Jed Ross kept it himself on that one and picks up a gain of 3. Again, it will be Stephenville ball to start the second half. So a stop here from the Yellow Jackets feels
they gotta have
quite necessary.
No, they got to have it. You got to have it. And the other thing about that, Mike, if you can get a stop here and score, it's a brand new ball game.
Nice spin move by Abram Graham out to the 34-yard line, close to first down yardage.
How about this? When we were talking with Coach Huff and he started talking about a 2-back system, we both were kind of like, huh? A 2-back system? You only have 1 back, and that's Nate Palmer. Nope, they have another one. His name is Abram Graham.
There you just saw the lightning clear as day on your screen.
Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to get this first half.
I'm a little surprised that this is being allowed to continue, but it is. First down run from Jed Ross as he ducks across the 35 to the 37. Again, the time on the clock is what's the factor here, I imagine anyway, and why they're allowing this to play out. Hey, let's just get through 100 seconds worth of action and get these kids off the field at a time that makes sense because it's halftime. But put it this way, I'm sure somebody from Decatur on the sideline here from the ISD, maybe this is a nervy moment. Jed Ross is going to fire deep. He's got a man back there just beyond the grasp of Landon Phelps.
Boy, Landon Phelps is just an inch away from coming down with probably SportsCenter top 10 catch right on his fingertips.
Second down and 10 instead. Nearly a terrific catch from the senior wide receiver. He was a key piece a year ago on a team that made it to the state semifinal game. And even more important this year as a senior. Handoff up the middle. Palmer swarmed. Colton Dirth wraps him up. No gain. It'll be 3rd and 10.
Gotta stop him. You know, you just gotta stop him. He is so. Get a timeout on the field.
Called by Stephenville. I was just going to say, do you dare, if you're Sterling Doty, say, hey, let's try and get the ball back?
No, you do, absolutely, because like I said, this is a new ball game. If they can get a stop, get the ball back.
They're trying to signal to the clock that it should say 107 instead of 103. There it is. Now they're happy.
And the thumbs up says we're good.
Just watching the way that the weather has progressed from our left, kind of marching in, but it hasn't come here to the field. It has been off in the distance in that direction that our camera is looking right now, and it seems to have been marching about, this is a guess, I don't know, 10 miles in that direction.
You're married to a meteorologist.
I don't know if she's watching at this point. Okay. She's probably putting the munchkin to sleep.
Can we get the brains of the Leslie family on the horn?
Wait, hold on a second. The brains
of
the
brains.
Whoa.
She's a meteorologist.
Man, okay. Little misdirection here. Read very nicely by the Stephenville defense. Colton Dirth stayed home on a play that Decatur popped earlier.
Yeah, that's absolutely. I was just about to say that. That delayed draw caught them off guard, and they stayed at home. And that timeout came just in time, as now Stephenville gets the ball right back with 59 seconds.
As per your request, though, Heckma Harrison, I've sent the text message just to see if once the kiddo's in bed, if she can pop up her radar and give us a little bit of little bit of background information on what all is happening tonight here in Wise County, because it has been there. It's drawn everybody's attention. Every time we see a lightning strike, the folks right down here below us in the stands, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. So everybody's aware of it, off in that general direction that our camera is looking. Hopefully, we're able to get through 59.5 seconds without incident. Everybody can get to the locker room. I also might suggest the folks and the fans do something to protect themselves too here in the 28 minutes worth of halftime. We may not see a halftime show from the bands. We'll see how they handle that here in 59 seconds worth of game time. But hopefully by the time it's time for the third quarter, the weather has left the area. That was a dangerous decision by Noah Bullion. He's going to get away with it, but my word, that was a gutsy decision.
Yeah, that's one of those ones when you get back over to the sideline, Coach Doty's going to have a question, going to have a discussion with you. Hey, man, let's not make a habit of doing that.
I feel like the first – so tell me what you were thinking there.
Yeah.
Tell me what the thought process was. I want to at least understand where you're coming from.
That's the dad in you.
And then we'll talk about, okay, was that the right idea?
No, that is the dad in you right there. Tell me what you were thinking. Let me tell you how that goes from a coach. Here's a hammer, here's a nail.
Yeah.
Go and nail yourself to the end of the bench, okay? And don't get off of it again. Yeah, that's how that conversation goes. Don't make that mistake.
If I was just hearing correctly, a personal foul against Decatur is going to create much better field position here for Stephenville. 47 seconds to play with here. They've got to go 53 yards. Gafford, flush to his right, has to throw it away.
Good job by Gafford, just getting off the rock. He's trying to keep his eyes up the field, but as you can imagine, this Decatur defense, they're kind of playing a bracket coverage, trying not to allow these guys to get behind them. But the dangerous part here is that they're still staying man over here on Tristan Gentry.
Second down and 10 now. Gafford looking near side. Now flushed far side. He'll take off and run for it and pick up 4 or 5 into Decatur territory. 34.8 to play.
All right, that brings up 3rd down and 6. And still, I think, with the seconds that they've had, they've been trying to create a big play situation.
Yeah.
The safeties on the outside, they're just, look, like I said, they're pretty much bracketing these guys to not allow them to get over the top. But the most important thing right now with timeouts, well, they don't have any timeouts left.
They do not. Up the seam, oh, right in and out of the hands of Bullion, and he had nothing but grass.
And again, that's running before you have the ball in your hands. Bullion is wide open. Wide open. Not only does he pick up the first down, he gets them down into scoring territory. Now you got 30 seconds, and you're going for it on 4th down.
This is interesting, because now you're at least creating the opportunity that Decatur could strike back here in these final 30 seconds if you don't pick it up, but they're going to go for it on 4th and 6. They've got to get to the 43-yard line over the middle, and Bullion can't hang on again. Noah Bullion on back-to-back plays he'd love to have back, and it's a turnover on downs.
And 2 perfect strikes from Ryan Gafford into the hands of Noah Bullion, man. That's going to hunt Noah, but I tell you what, he said he's still got a whole half of football to play, so got to have that short memory.
And he's made play. He had the touchdown pass just a few minutes ago. He's made plays in this first half, but he had a chance at 2 right there that slipped through his grasp, and now Decatur does have a chance here. 25.7 seconds. They have 2 timeouts left to try and make something happen here from their own 49. Delayed handoff up the middle for Nate Palmer. He may not need the timeouts. Nate Palmer inside the 20. Nate Palmer says, give me 1 play and I'll find pay dirt. 4 first-half touchdowns from Nate Palmer, and a hold is going to bring it back. A flag in the backfield at the 48-yard line is going to bring it all back.
Oh, that's it. That's a tough one. If they're getting Number 77, Jimenez for the hold. I want to see this replay because that didn't look like much. Man, Nate Palmer, he doesn't need much, boy, but that was a mercy flag. That came out. Oh, man, nobody's happier than the group from Stephenville because, man, that seemed like a backbreaker right there, Mike.
That's a game-changing penalty.
Yes.
Do we have anything earlier on the? Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have another look earlier on in the play there. So, 1st and 17 after the penalty. Up top, picked off. Return chance here for Stephenville. Out across midfield goes Briar Floyd. Floyd down to the 38-yard line. They'll mark him at the 42. 4.8 seconds left here in the half.
Can't get a penalty, which they didn't. That's going to put the offense back on the field for one play. All right, Floyd, boy.
Tell you what, good job by Cooper Stastny to come back and make that play, because if Stastny didn't, there's nothing but offensive linemen back there to make the tackle, and the quarterback. That could have been an even bigger return. Stastny saved perhaps a field goal attempt there from Stephenville.
They want to put Stastny on defense.
Yeah.
Kid has a little violence in his heart. That wasn't just your average tackle from a wide receiver. That was ear holing. Goodness. 4 seconds. 4 seconds. Let's see if we are dialing up. Maybe the Hail Mary. You know who I'm going to? Going back to my number 88. You know he wants to atone for those 2 drops.
Bullion, the 6'2", 170-pound senior, already with 3 touchdown receptions now on the year after the 52-yarder there with 2:43 left in this second quarter. By the way, we've seen 42 points scored in this second quarter, 21 aside to make it 35-21. And from 43 yards out, barring a penalty, one final play in the half. Gentry on the right side. I don't see Bullion out on the field, beg your pardon. He's below your frame. Gafford gonna heave deep, looking for Gentry. 3 defenders back there. Did he haul it in? No, sir.
Oh, I thought he had it from right. That would have been a tremendous catch. Let me see the replay. What a chunk from Gafford.
He couldn't have put that ball in much better a place. Wow. That close to a Hail Mary touchdown to finish off the half, but it stays 35-21 as we head to the break.
Where'd you get that from?
Safety.
Stand right here.
Thank you.
Witten, let me hold this. Okay.
Well, as you guys may have heard here in the last couple of minutes, as I was up on top of the press box trying to help our photographer break down cameras, we do have a lightning delay here in Decatur. Heckma Harrison about 20 minutes later than we probably should have, but it's here now, and they are evacuating the premises right now. Players will, of course, stay in the locker room, and as you may have heard in the announcement, we're going to do this a half an hour at a time. To go back to your request of weather updates from my wife, the meteorologist, when she texted me a little bit ago, her answer was to say that it's not looking great. 30 to 40 mile an hour winds and lightning coming our way, and it's, as you can see on that camera shot right there, getting closer and closer. This may be a minute.
Yeah, it will, and you started to see the lightning start to pick up right there towards the end of the first half, and not only the lightning, but the wind as well. And so this is some weather that is kind of pulled up on us all of a sudden. I don't know if we had this in the forecast for today, but it came up on us pretty quickly, and I guess a good job of getting this game delayed for the powers that be, because man, this is some weather that rolled up on us pretty quick. Nothing you can do about it, but all in the name of safety for the people here in the stands, but more importantly also the student athletes as well.
Yeah, that is ultimately what has to be what rules the day. As much as everyone here, you and I included, has been enjoying this football game and the wacky back and forth nature of it, ultimately what matters most here is the safety of these kids and the safety of everybody here in the stands that is just now making their way to their cars and trying to clear this area out. Again, we don't know how long this is going to be. We hope it won't be long, but we have not huge hopes of that, if I'm being totally honest. We'll maintain hope, but they feel slim. We're going to try and bring all of our cameras here underneath the press box coverage so that we are out of the elements. We're going to try and get Graham Rayner, our photographer, up out of the it's not rain yet, but I'm sure it's coming here very shortly. We've got 2 cameras in already. Next up is to bring him inside, and we're going to try and make this as safe as possible. We'll stay with you and try and kill as much of this time as we can. But yeah, we are very much in a holding pattern here on Friday Night Football, waiting for the lightning to hopefully go away as soon as possible. They're not there right now. We'll figure all of that out. Let's hit a quick break here on Friday Night Football. We're going to try and get some things sorted out on our end of things and figure out exactly when this football game is going to get back started. The answer to that question hopefully will not be tomorrow. Hopefully we will have football again some point this evening here in Decatur, but at least as of right now, we are in a lightning delay here in Wise County. We'll step aside here on Friday Night Football. We'll be back right after this.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
Boy, we've seen it all here, Mike. In a very short period of time, we went from a really good football game, really high-scoring football game, to all of a sudden the weather being the big story right now. This stadium is completely empty now as fans have evacuated.
Let me step in here and join you here.
Besides me and you, here we are.
Well, and I'm here pushing buttons because our director Clay Marshall is down trying to help
Double
Graham
duty,
Rayner.
Mike,
So
double duty.
we're doing everything we can to try and just kind of piecemeal this together as we do try and scramble and make sure that our photographers are safe, in addition to all of the kids and the fans here in Decatur as well, as we are in very much a holding pattern right now here in Wise County. A storm rolling in on a day where we saw 108-degree temperatures not long before kickoff of this football game. And all of that energy has now created this storm, and my wife would be laughing at me right now for talking out of turn, trying to pretend I even know anything at all about weather. But
I didn't say that.
I listen as best I can, and that's about all I got. But I do know at least this much: 108 degrees worth of heat is going to create some energy in the atmosphere, and we are reaping the we're paying the price for it right now.
Yes, we are.
We are paying the price for it right now. Let me grab my phone real quick and just see if we can't get a look at any sort of radar. In addition to dealing with the thunder and lightning being kind of just there on the periphery all through the last quarter or so of this football game, there's also very limited cell signal up here, and so it's been tough to even communicate with anybody. I'm going to see if I can get any look at a radar and see what we're dealing with, but as we talked about a little bit ago, the text messages that I was receiving from my wife were indicative that we may be in for a long night.
Yes.
So we will see. It has been a terrific football game to this point. 35-21 is our score in favor of the Decatur Eagles. 3 first-half touchdowns from Nate Palmer. 2 more from Abram Graham. Tristan Gentry for Stephenville has a pair of touchdown receptions. That's at least a portion of how we've gotten to this point. The other touchdown that I believe I haven't mentioned, Noah Bouillon's 52-yard touchdown reception late there in that second quarter to establish this halftime score of 35-21. We saw over the course of a 2-minute and 54-second span late in the second quarter, both of these teams bounce back and forth with 5 touchdowns in total to take the score from 21-0 in favor of Decatur to now 35-21 in favor of the Eagles, as Stephenville's been able to get back into this football game. All 5 of those touchdowns happening in less than 3 minutes worth of game time to get us to this point. Unfortunately, the lightning on the field then matriculated to the skies around us, and we're stuck.
No, and I want to go back to what you were saying about Nate Palmer. We talked about him even with the coaches, talked about him as a player, just about how good a guy he is. But, man, he's a even better athlete. The guy that we've seen down here on the field, he has been making easy work of the Eagles. Man, we've been watching a clinic in the running game on behalf of Nate Palmer, doing a wonderful job. And obviously, that first half for the Eagles just showed you the kind of power that they have as an offense. As the clouds start to darken around us, man, maybe that was a foreshadow for what maybe could have been or will be an even better second half to this game. Stephenville started to come back. We started to see little things in their game after they surrendered 21 points there in the first quarter. They came right back in with themselves with a little bit of their running game, but also with Gentry in the passing game. Started to make some plays. So look, really looking forward to getting the second half going, weather permitting. Right now, man, we have people just running all over the stadium, just trying to keep things nailed down and not flying away, because not only are we now dealing with the lightning, we're now also dealing with the wind. So
you may be able to hear the wind, even though we've pretty much, this is the only camera we got left set up at this point, as we've broken everything else down and we've tried to bring everything inside. And I think I saw one of our photographers was just here in the press box a moment ago. Hopefully everybody's been able to find their way to shelter, whether it's here in the press box somewhere behind us, or if that's perhaps in the van, wherever they are. Hopefully everybody has found their way to safety now at this point. But we just to peel back the curtain a little bit for you, we were here at 2 o'clock this afternoon to set up all of this gear for a 7 o'clock kickoff, so it's a bit of a process to get things ready to roll. So it's not exactly like we can just rip everything up and off we go. So credit to Clay Marshall, our director, Graham Rayner, and we've got a new guy tonight as well, Lance. What is Lance's last name? We've been calling him Fancy all night long. Lance Martin, my apologies. It's the first night that he's been with us this season.
You'll get a nickname around here real quick, right?
Dude, like nothing. That did not come from me. Apparently that was something that he came in with. But anyway, the three of them racing around right now to try and break everything down, keep the gear safe, and also keep themselves safe here in Decatur, because the storm is bearing down on us. They do have a clock running on the far side that reads 16 minutes and change, counting down. I do not know for certain whether or not that is tied to the lightning or not, but they do run it on a 30-second ticker. I feel like we've seen lightning more recently than 14 minutes ago, so perhaps whoever started that clock isn't manning it any longer. Maybe we'll see. But I think it's going to be more than 16 minutes before we see this game back underway here in Decatur. This is a game that we were excited about coming into tonight for good reason, because these are two teams that we thought, hey, they could be playing in a state semifinal come December. Decatur in Region 1. There are a couple other teams. Brownwood's very good in their region as well. So it's not like Decatur was going to have a cakewalk to the regional final. But they figure to have at least a little bit of an easier path than Stephenville does, because you look in Stephenville's district, region, it's ridiculous and their district too, because in their district they also have China Spring, the defending champion. So yeah, in their district too, but in particular in their region, you've got Anna, you've got China Spring, you've got Salina, you've got Stephenville. That's 4 of the top 6 teams in the state rankings, all in the same region together in Region 2. So now Stephenville is one of those 4 teams, maybe 5. You want to throw one or two other teams in there that may have a chance as well, even though they're not technically a state-ranked team. But Stephenville's one of those teams that has every bit as good a chance as anybody in that region this year to come out and wind up playing in a state semifinal. And Decatur certainly has perhaps a coin flip shot, them and Brownwood, of winding up in the state semifinals, maybe against Stephenville. So this game had a whole lot to it coming in, and we've seen the fireworks from these two teams in this first half. Unfortunately, the weather has decided to match that, and here we are stuck in our weather delay at halftime here at Decatur's Eagle Stadium.
And if anything, for me, watching Stephenville and the way that they competed in that first half, I could tell this is a young squad. They have a bunch of freshmen, sophomores all across that offense and defensive line and in skilled positions. And when they got down, it was just a matter of then, Coach Doty trying to coach these guys up, keep them back in the game. They started to make headway, and you think about that run there at the end that was called back. I don't know how long that one was when I'm looking at my notes, but I do know that was Nate Palmer. Nate Palmer went for about 60 yards, and they called a holding penalty, which brought that back right before halftime. So, look, they've hey, they've been on the brink of disaster maybe a couple of times here. This is just a young squad that's going to continue to get better. They have a young, talented group on the other side for Decatur. They're using that championship experience to get them through this, and they have executed everything to the T. And when you talk about this matchup kind of being a preview to something coming in the future, we do know, like you just stated, Stephenville has the tougher road. Decatur, however, they've been here before. They've been in a situation where they've been 0-2, and last year they were 0-3 because they lost this game last year. So this is just a team that doesn't flinch. They believe in themselves. They know what they have, and you saw it with the weapons that they have, that they can strike really quick. China Springs, the eventual state champion, was just too tough for them to deal with. But I look for this team to, as hard as the road would be for them, to kind of recapture some of that same magic that they had last season, because they have all the dogs up front.
China Springs certainly met quite a difficult test in the state championship game, too, having to come back from 21 down to win that game.
Right.
But it's still, I think, fair to say that this Decatur team gave them just as much a headache as anybody did all the way through their playoff run. That was a 33-27 game. That was a battle to go to AT&T Stadium that China Spring ended up coming up out on the victorious side of, but Decatur was right there all night long and played a really good football game and just got beat by a China Spring team that was better that day. But that was a real battle, and I'm sure they'd love to see China Spring again come state semifinal time if they're so fortunate. But let's take another break. We'll step aside here just for a moment and see if we can make heads or tails of what does this clock that now reached 12 minutes actually mean, whether or not that has any bearing whatsoever on our evening. Hopefully at some point we're going to see some football tonight here in Decatur, a second half worth of football, and just hope the rain and the thunder and lightning goes away. That's about all we can do here tonight, but we haven't given up hope yet. We're hoping we're still going to have some football at some point later on this evening here in Decatur. We'll be right back here on Friday Night Football again in a lightning delay right now here in Wise County. As we welcome you back here in the broadcast booth in Decatur, first of all, no, we're not starting this game back up in 9 minutes and 17 seconds. No. That clock is may have been started at one of the lightning strikes for 30 minutes. There have been many since then, and it's not looking great. The conversation has at least already begun about, do these coaches just want to get the kids from Stephenville back home tonight? It's a non-district game. Does it, ultimately the result doesn't ultimately matter. So put it this way, that conversation's already begun. That doesn't feel like a great sign as far as it relates to having more football tonight. But again, as we go back to the point that we were making as we were earlier on in halftime, the safety of the kids, the safety of anybody that would want to come out here and watch this football game has to be paramount, and at least as of right now, no one can assure that, so there's not going to be any football until such point that they can. While we have a moment, and I think we've got a few, let's take a look back at what was a rather eventful first half, a 35-21 lead at halftime of a game that may or may not have a second half, and just look at that stretch from the 5:37 mark of the second quarter through the 2:43 mark of the second quarter. Not quite 3 full minutes worth of game time and 35 points going on the board after Decatur had raced out to that 21-0 lead. 3 Nate Palmer touchdown runs, the 12-yard one right off of the punt snap that was dropped by Stephenville's punter, Zane Nielsen. That led to the first Palmer touchdown run to take that 7-0 lead. And then Decatur just kind of started rolling. Palmer with a couple of really long touchdown runs to make it 21-0. And Stephenville kind of got punched in the mouth a little bit and had to rally. Credit to the Yellow Jackets, heck, but they did.
No, they never really gave up. I think they made some early mistakes, but even for those mistakes, they just kept battling back. When they gave up a touchdown, went back to the sideline. Look, they went back, came out on offense, went 3 and out, come back on the field. Decatur scores again. It took them a couple of drives before they actually caught rhythm, and you saw it there in the second quarter where they started to catch rhythm and the points started to come with it. If this game is canceled, I'm telling you, I felt like this game really felt like it was going to instant classic status.
It was
because
going in a positive direction.
Yeah, it was going to a direction where if all they needed on the other side for the Yellow Jackets was to get a couple of stops, get a score, and we were right there. look, I know that all of these guys are saying, like, this isn't a district match, and it's more about the safety of the – I completely understand that for all of us, right?
Yeah.
But just the feel of the game. And if this is canceled and these guys meet each other again – oh boy! Oh, just stick a pin in it right there.
You think they're both going to feel like there's some unfinished business?
Definitely going to be some unfinished business, and especially on the side for the Yellow Jackets, they're going to feel like, look, we kind of gave up a lot. We shot ourselves in the foot. We talk about the special teams, the muff punt, or the not being able to handle the snap for the punter. And I think that set the tone right there. It just avalanched, the mistakes kind of avalanched on them after that. But I'm telling you, Decatur, even with all the mistakes that they made, their quarterback, Ryan Gafford, really started to pour it on. He started to make some plays with his legs, and then finally started to make some throws right there at the end. That Hail Mary, it looked like it was. It looked like it was right there, and we could be at 28-35 instead of 35-21. So again, great opportunity. That first half, man, was at a furious pace. 56 points scored in a half. So we have no idea what the second half would have been.
Again, we haven't called time of death on this thing yet.
That happened yet.
But it does feel like there's not a ton of positivity right now around there is a group of folks down on our far left-hand side, kind of just outside the Eagle Stadium field house and where the Decatur locker room is, that are milling around and talking. It's that's the real kind of the downer about all of this is, yes, the lightning is right off. We just saw another lightning strike right out behind our camera. It's right out there. It's not raining here.
No. But that's what's next.
It's dry. Yes, and it does look like there is more coming. Unfortunately, the one storm that's bringing the lightning in our periphery out there in the distance, kind of behind the right light of the two that you can see in your shot right now. And just for the record, that is a camera that is located inside right now for anybody who might be concerned. All of our cameras have been brought inside. It's right. You just saw another lightning strike, perhaps, depending on how well you're able to see off in the distance on that camera. It's right out there, but while that storm won't necessarily hit right here, the one coming behind seems to be the one that's going to perhaps bring the end of our evening. So it's not going in a great direction. Clay Marshall, if we can pull the scoring summary up one more time, we can continue to kind of roll through what we saw in the first half of this football game. I don't know if we may have lost him. Can we just go to the scoring summary up one more time real quick and just roll through? We got through a decent chunk of it, but again, we've got a moment, so let's dissect this first half just a little bit more because this is that where you see the two Gafford to Gentry touchdown passes. Ryan Gafford and Tristan Gentry started to turn on the offense a little bit here for the Stephenville Yellow Jackets and got their team back in this football game. And I think the thing to me that is most impressive about the way that Stephenville got themselves back in this football game is it didn't come easy for them. It wasn't like, hey, finally the offense got rolling and they got a couple of stops and boom, they scored 3 straight times and it's 21-all. They had to deal with continuing to get punched in the mouth by this Decatur offense. 2 long Abram Graham touchdowns to continue to push that lead out there back to 21 each time at 28-7 and 35-14. And yet Stephenville kept coming. Got a stop finally there late in that second quarter. And as you said, nearly made this a 35-28 game at halftime with the Hail Mary there right at the final, right as the time expired in the first half. Clay Marshall, our director, doing some serious work to hunt his way back through and find some highlights from this first half. There's the gender reveal and the first touchdown run from Nate Palmer from 12 yards out. He's had himself quite a night. That was the first of his 3 touchdown runs. He also had a 32-yarder and another one that I believe was from 75 yards, but honestly, it was so long I missed exactly where the line of scrimmage was. But put it this way, it went that was actually on a reception from their quarterback, Jed Ross. They swung the ball out to him on the near side, and he had 3 blockers out on the right side, the 3 wide receivers. They created just enough of a seam for him. He made one man miss, and gone.
Off to the races. And I felt like as soon as the Yellow Jackets had an opportunity to corral Palmer, then all of a sudden Graham got going on them. And so you're talking about them, those punches being thrown and them having to weather the storm in between trying to scoring the 21 points. That was really the narrative of this game, is how do you stop Palmer? They get that done. Then Graham starts to break off those big runs. But what I loved about what they were doing and I'm just talking about the Yellow Jackets here, was finally Tate Maruska started to get going just a little bit in this offense, and he was the missing link to that offense. You needed Tate Maruska to just start to get those big, he's a big yardage guy. He picks up yardage in bunches once he gets going. But Noah Bullion as well, just a guy that you can catch it. He gets those slant routes and do some things out there. But it was Palmer, his ability just to stretch these guys and run away, as you see him right there, man. He just continued to make things look so easy, and they had no answer for him. I think with making some adjustments, they needed to go in at halftime and figure out what was going on, what mistakes they were making, and adjust. They were, not far out of this game. It looked like it was about to be a runaway, but the Yellow Jackets, man, they had an opportunity to come back, settle their nerves, and then make it a ball game at the end of that second quarter. But again, this is just, you had the open where you talked about these teams possibly meeting up in the playoffs, and if this is indicative of what's coming in the future, we have got to be front and center to see these guys play again, because my this is, man, the fireworks started early, and Palmer, man, he is dynamic as a running back. He is tough. He has patience. He has vision. But bigger than that, he is fast.
He is lightning fast. And you saw the highlight a moment ago on his third touchdown of the day, the little swing pass from Jed Ross. And there was a kid from Stephenville who had an angle at him. He had an angle on him. This is going to be Abram Graham over the middle. This was the touchdown that made it 28-7, a 73-yard hookup from Ross to the second back for Decatur, Graham the junior, as Decatur continued to just throw haymakers at Stephenville in this first half. That made it 28-7 with 4:54 left in quarter number 2 here in Decatur. And that's the thing that is impressive about this Eagles football team, is it's not just Palmer. They've got Abram Graham that they can throw the ball to, that they can hand the ball off to. They've got Landon Feltz on the outside, who almost made a sensational catch in the first half. Here's a little swing pass to Tristan Gentry, and they set this up so beautifully. The blocking on the outside, and then he just found the seam right up the middle. Wyatt Kreitz out on the outside blocking for him, and Gentry did the rest. And that was the play that made it 28-14 with under 4 to play in quarter number 2. As, again, Stephenville, they did a nice job of hunting their way back into this football game and staying in touch. And it'll be a shame if we don't get to see a second half of this game, because it was a special first half.
That last play that Clay just showed, that was so special from Tristan Gentry.
Here's the beg your pardon. That's the touchdown pass to Bullion. That's the final touchdown of the half. I thought that was going to be the Hail Mary that you were talking about earlier, right on the final play of the first half. But that was the 52-yarder from Gafford to Bullion.
Yeah, no, that was a big time catch and big play receiver. We saw him make some possession receptions, and I compared him to the playmaker wearing that big number 88. He was doing good work, a guy that's finally gotten an opportunity here as a varsity player to make an impact, and he's making the most of his opportunities. I just look at it like this. I feel as though on the other side for Stephenville, they have to gel, come together, offensive line. They have some big guys, Crease Brister up front. They have to be a lot stronger up front and opening up those lanes for your guy Tate Maruska to be the player that he absolutely is. And this last play, I really did believe. I couldn't have told me that Gentry didn't come down with it, because that would look like a perfect pass from Ryan Gafford in between two defenders. Now they're able to come down with that. if I'm the coach on the others, I'm telling them like, okay, Coach Doty's like, look, we're playing this game tonight. We don't play this game tonight. We're gonna finish this. I don't care if it's 12 in the morning. We're gonna get this thing done. Maybe not Mike Leslie's up here. Yeah. You don't want to hear that.
Hey, no, listen. I would love to see a second half of this football game. Honestly, for me, the worst-case scenario is if they say, hey, we're going to come back and play it tomorrow, which I feel like is unlikely given that it is a non-district game and the fact that Stephenville does have an hour 45-ish drive back, Coach Doty was telling me earlier today. So that seems unlikely. If this were a district game, it'd be a different scenario. Because this is a non-district game, I think if they're not able to start it back up tonight, we're cruising toward probably ruling this a no contest, and everybody will move on with their lives as if this game didn't happen. Which would be a shame because it has been a fun first half, and it felt like as Stephenville got back into the game, like, hey, this might be a really fun second half and a really back and forth. Like this could get tight. This could be. Regardless whether Stephenville was able to complete the comeback or if Decatur held on, felt like it was going to be a game that might be really special right down to the wire. And we may or may not be robbed of that tonight. We're not sure. You may have noticed at some point there that the rain did at least start here in Decatur. It seems to have maybe abated for the moment. It's light anyway, if it is still happening right now. But again, the rain, unfortunately, is not the primary concern. It is the lightning, and that is at least still in close enough proximity that we're still waiting. Now the clock reads 22 minutes. Again, not sure if that means anything at all, as they've reset it. I saw them reset it to 30 minutes a moment ago, but I just saw another lightning strike. As much as I don't want to say it, I did, and so we may see that clock go right back to 30, and the holding pattern continues.
Yeah.
We'll take a break here on Friday Night Football, and we'll try and assess again here over the next couple of minutes where we go from here. Thanks for staying with us here on Friday Night Football. Stephenville and Decatur at an extended, lightning-delayed halftime, 35-21, Eagles with the lead.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
That seems fitting. The music ending right as we come back from the commercial break here on Friday Night Football. Just kind of bring everything to. It's not finality yet. I don't mean to be that negative, but it doesn't seem great. We've got more weather. headed our way here in Decatur. 35-21 our score at halftime. They have been steadily resetting the clock each time they see a lightning strike. So right now we need to get through 23 minutes and 56 seconds more without more lightning. Which doesn't feel real likely.
Yeah, it doesn't seem likely. And that reset, every time that happens, the clock operator has to come back and reset it. And they're just like, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to reset because there's another lightning strike and you have to start this whole process all over again. Look, it's one of those things, man. Mother Nature is just not going to allow this thing to happen. Weather is what it is. And what's so weird about it, we've literally gone through one of the hottest summers on record around here in a very long time, and that's not saying a whole lot in the state of Texas where it's always hot.
Yeah.
All right. But today it was a typical hot day. It was 108 degrees today, still in September. It's 108 degrees. And
at this point, atypically hot for it to be this hot this late.
Exactly. And so, I mean, it's been dry. We haven't had a lot of rain in the forecast, but now all of a sudden the weather rolls in, and it rolls in with a vengeance. As you saw the wind, those flags are just taking a beating out there with the way that wind rolled in. So even if this game was being allowed to play, I think that limits your special teams, punting, kicking, every part of that, and even throwing the ball, So I don't know who would have an advantage if that were the case, if you were to come back and still have to deal with the wind. And so as they told us before, it looked like not only are we now dealing with the lightning, but also dealing with heavy rains that's rolling in this way as well.
Yeah, no, there's a whole other chunk of this system that is headed our way. I did text my wife a couple minutes ago saying, hey, any idea when it would end? As of yet, no response. I'll keep you posted on that. But
dealing with the baby.
I hope not at 9:16. Elena, if you're still up, go to sleep, sweetheart. Oh, man.
Yes.
What I can't help it. I'm sure you guys out there that are watching are too. I'm bummed. This was this felt like, hey, we're building to a crescendo with this football game right now, with the way that Stephenville was coming back, with the way that Decatur kept throwing haymakers. This felt like, man, this is going to be a fun second half. At the very least, the second half is going to have to wait, and we'll see whether or not there is a second half tonight. 35-21 our score. Mike Leslie and Heckma Harrison here with you on Friday Night Football. We've been in a protracted halftime now for, I'll bet we're pushing an hour at this point since we last saw football. It's 9:17 right now. I don't know when we're going to see action again here tonight in Decatur. It may not be tonight, but we're going to continue to hold out hope. We are going to, here in a couple minutes, we're going to have in a lightning delay graphic that we'll put up, just because I think Heckma and I have reached the limit of how much we can talk at you guys with nothing else to talk about. We've killed a lot of time here, and Lord knows we've got the gift of gab, but I think at some point even you may tire of us, and we may be at that point. So we will step aside here in a couple minutes and give you guys a bit of a reprieve. Our director, Clay Marshall, makes a good point. Before we hit that break, there's one thing that we do need to do real quick, and Heckma Harrison, I will give this to you, and this will feel a bit comical, but it is technically, I suppose, the end of the halftime show. So Clay Marshall, Heckma Harrison, I'll leave it to y'all.
Thank you for watching the Friday Night Football halftime show, sponsored by...
Do we have the graphic? We got to get the graphic up.
Chick. Oh, you want me to do it again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks for watching the Friday Night Football halftime show, sponsored by Golden Chick.
The very, very long weather delay, lightning delay halftime show.
Yeah, man.
Thank you guys for hanging with us tonight, because who knows if and when this game is going to start back up. We'll step aside here on Friday Night Football. We'll be back at some point with an update, I promise, here, and we'll try and we'll take a longer break, but we'll hopefully get more information because of that here in the next couple minutes. We'll be right back. Well, hi there. Welcome back inside the booth here in Decatur. We at least have an update, and at least as of right this moment, the update is not that the game is over, although I did just see another lightning strike right now as we came back on the air. It is 10:47 right now.
Yeah.
If you're hoping to see football this evening between these two football teams, if you're hoping this game's going to start back up tonight, you need to hope that we are done seeing lightning strikes in the next 12 minutes. Just talked with Coach Huff from Decatur a couple minutes ago. He said they're going to try right up until 11 o'clock. They've been talking with the officials. The officials kind of have the final say-so over all of this. Of course, there's a lot of communication with Coach Huff from Decatur as well as Coach Doty from Stephenville. They obviously have a voice in this anyway about how they want to handle it, because Stephenville does have to make an hour and 45-minute drive back to Stephenville at some point this evening. They're going to try right up until 11 o'clock. If they can get a half an hour without a lightning strike between 11 and 11:30, and therefore start warming these kids up right at 11:30, hopefully have the game back going not too long in the future, whether that's 11:45, 11:50, 11:55, somewhere in the very near future after that, once they feel like, okay, we've given these kids an adequate amount of time to warm up and be ready to play, then we'd kick off the second half, and an hour later this game would be over at almost 1 o'clock in the morning, maybe after 1 o'clock in the morning, but that's the thought process. They said any lightning strike beyond 11 o'clock, that will end the night. They're not going to restart this game at 12:15 in the morning.
Yeah.
If they can get it in, if they can start it before midnight or perhaps right at midnight, that's kind of where that's the line of demarcation they have created. So any lightning strike after 11 o'clock, according to Coach Steve Huff from Decatur, would end the night. Otherwise, maybe, hopefully, we'll get this thing back going, and then they will be able to finish the football game. We'll see.
Yeah, let's do the business that we came to do.
Yeah.
I'm with it. I
We've
feel
waited this long. Why not?
At this point, where's the pillow and the blanket? Okay, we're here. We're gonna take care of this business. I don't blame the coaches. I mean, we had that first half where, man, it was action-packed. I know for Coach Huff and Coach Doty, they know that, look, both of these squads, man, they want to see how they measure up. Obviously, you can't control the weather. You can't control any of that. But what you can control is the effort that you put out here in the second half. The fans have stayed in their cars waiting on this storm to blow over. It has. And hopefully we can get 30 minutes where we don't have any lightning strikes. But, partner, I don't know if that's likely.
I hear you. The bulk of the storm has fortunately moved away from this area, but it's still not fully gone to the point where we're not seeing lightning strikes anymore. Just saw another one it's now 10:50. We're gonna have to get lucky. I think that's really the long and short of it, because we got about a 10-minute window right now where we need the lightning to finally stop and go away. If it doesn't, our night is done. There's a conference happening right now between, it appears to be, Coach Doty, Coach Huff, the White Hat, our main official tonight, and a few other guys. Ryan Vance is our referee this evening. A couple other gentlemen down there chatting as well, and kicking around what appears to be the make or break 10 minutes here between whether or not we're going to have football again this evening.
What an ordeal.
It's been an evening. We've been in a lightning delay since about 20 minutes into halftime. We were seeing lightning strikes on the periphery of the area, apparently just beyond the 10-mile radius that is kind of the determining factor when they do have lightning in the area of a football stadium or any athletic venue here in the UIL in Texas, really across the country. The rules are pretty similar at the very least around the country. So we were just far enough away from it, apparently, there late in the second quarter, but eventually it did encroach on us enough, and we've been in this lightning delay ever since.
One thing I want to bring up is just how incredibly difficult it is to start a football game, stop it for 2 hours, and then restart it again. I mean, these athletes, man, they have to get warmed up, stretched, all of those things, and by now their bodies have completely cooled off. And not only that, we started at kickoff, it was 100+ degrees. Now the temperature has dropped all the way down. I think somebody told me it was in the 70s.
I saw 64 earlier. Let me see if I can.
So
the internet has been uncooperative this evening, but I'll let this thing sit and think for a moment and see if we can see. I saw 64 about an hour ago. So it might even be cooler than that now.
That's a crazy swing in temperature. Obviously, it favors the athletes, but still, what I'm saying is just going from the hot environment to now the cool environment and getting your body back restarted after being on what relatively will be, if they start the game, let's say at 11:30. You're looking at about almost a 3-hour lull in the action.
That's a very long time for athletes to have to sit and wait. Now, obviously, they can it looks like from my vantage point, it looks like the Stephenville players are standing outside the locker room, shoulder pads and jerseys on, ready to come tearing out of the locker room at 11 o'clock and start to get warmed up for this, what they hope is going to be the restart of a football game. We'll see whether or not that is possible or not. Clay Marshall.
82 degrees.
It's back up to 82. That's what. We're just kind of making it up as we go along right now.
Well,
we're doing the best we can to try and come up with whatever information we can. So apparently the temperature has come back up a bit now to 82 degrees here in Decatur. So maybe that actually helps to help these guys warm up a little bit, because that is a seismic change from 108 to 64. 82 might actually help a little bit.
And excuse me, man, you have the wind now as well.
Mm-hmm.
Did not have that. It was just the heat at the beginning of the game, but now what you're dealing with is a swirling wind here in the stadium. So I talked about that, the impact that it may have on special teams or passing the ball. But again, starting at 11 o'clock, we'll have a 30-minute basically lightning watch.
Yeah, basically it's, okay, if there's a lightning strike between 11 and 11:30, that's it. Everybody pack up and go home. And it certainly sounded like there wasn't anything definitive as it related to, hey, might you come back tomorrow and play the remainder of this football game? The initial thought, anyway, from Coach Huff when he and I were talking about it, this was probably about 15 minutes ago now, was probably not. You're talking about Stephenville having to bus home an hour 45 to then bus back up here an hour 45 to play the second half of a football game that, as entertaining as the first half was, doesn't ultimately make any difference in anybody's season. That doesn't seem to make a ton of sense. I'm seeing a bus pulling out of the drive right now. I don't know. Perhaps that's the band going home. Truth be told, I'm guessing. We do have players kind of milling around just outside the locker room, kind of chomping at the bit. I mean, the kids certainly, it seems anyway, for just judging off of what we're seeing, you'd think they want to get back out there and play. I mean, that's you're a high school football player. You get 11 cracks at it this or it should be 10 cracks at it this season. If you're a senior, you don't want to give away those 24 minutes worth of football, and I get that piece of it for sure. But that's where it's up to the adults in the room, the coaches, the officials, to make sure that everybody stays safe, because if it were just up to these kids, they would have been out there playing about a half hour ago.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. And I feel for them, this whole community, and the powers that be have really taken care of everybody to make sure that everyone's safe here at Decatur. Everyone from the staff and the people working here in the stadium been nothing but nice, and just making sure that everything is taken care of, specifically for us as well.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. With as many lightning strikes as we've seen from the beginning of the game all the way up until this point, I think they start the clock and see if they can get to that 30-minute mark without a lightning strike. And man, let's try and get this thing started again.
We'll see. It is now 10:56. How long do you think it's been since you last saw one? Because that's the thing. Like they'll start the 30-minute clock as early as they can. Whatever the most recent lightning strike, let's just say for the sake of argument, it was right now at 10:57. They'll start warming these kids up at 11:27. They'll take every minute that they can get. they've got to wait 30 minutes after the most recent lightning strike. So if that was maybe 2 minutes ago, let's say it was 10:54, they'll start warming these kids up at 11:24 and try and get this thing back going as quickly as possible. But we'll see whether or not that actually materializes because it does feel like it's at least still close enough on our periphery that we're keeping our fingers crossed.
Yes.
That's all anybody can do, and that's where we are right now. We'll take a quick break here. We'll step aside for a couple minutes. We'll try and see if we can't learn more between now and what they hope will be a restart of this football game here between Decatur and the 6th-ranked Stephenville Yellow Jackets. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
It's 11 o'clock. We'll see.
Here we go.
There is there's a conference right now down on the field. Steve Huff and Sterling Doty are down there talking to one another, and it kind of does feel, we were just saying as we were waiting to come back from the commercial break there, it kind of feels like they're both standing there waiting to see the sky light up one more time and say, everybody go home. We'll see if that happens. I think Coach Huff sounded hopeful when I went down and talked to him. This was probably about 25 minutes ago now, that hey, maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe the skies will finally cooperate and we'll be able to get through that 30-minute chunk between 11 and 11:30, and we won't see another lightning strike, and we can start this game back up. The 25 minutes between then and now, we've continued to see the lightning strike, and I don't know if they just saw what I just saw, but it's 11:01. We'll see. But it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem promising. If you're sitting out there, and God bless you, there's still like 200 of you hanging on right now. And God bless every one of you that's hanging on through what was for a long time just a full screen slate that said lightning delay, waiting for this game to potentially, hopefully start back up. But it feels like we're headed toward bad news because it does not seem like this is going to happen tonight.
Well, my question for you, obviously we could talk about the weather to no end, but we had a first half of football. Right?
Yeah, man.
We had a very
exciting first half of football.
And hypothetically, if this doesn't happen, you give me a guy that we're gonna say MVP, the MVP of the first half. If we gotta put a bow on this and a cherry on top, who's the one guy you came in, you were looking to see, and you saw him, and you were like, yeah, that's him.
Just the way that you've asked the question, I know you know the answer. Nate Palmer was fantastic. Nate Palmer was as advertised. We knew Where'd we go? Hey, Clay.
It's been a long night.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to call this up for us. Okay. It has been a long night here in Decatur. There's no two ways about that. There's activity down there. Everybody's kind of walking back toward the locker room. I think they may have just made their final decision.
Yeah.
It certainly feels that way. There was just another lightning strike that I just saw. I think this may be done. But yes, Nate Palmer, the 3 touchdowns early on in this football game, 2 through the 2 on the ground, 1 through the air on a reception from that was put on there in error where it says run. That was at the third run was actually a reception from Jed Ross, a little swing pass to the near side. They had 3 wide receivers out blocking for him, and he was off to the races on a 78-yard touchdown reception from Jed Ross to make it 21-0. He was electrifying, and he was also really good at capitalizing on when he got moments. He got a moment off of the punt snap that was fumbled, and, hey, here's 1st and 10 at your opponent's 12-yard line, and one play, and he was in the end zone.
Yeah.
He took advantage of moments both on the second touchdown, which, if memory serves, was like a 2nd and 21, and they ran a misdirection play, him coming back toward the near sideline, and he had nothing but green grass. But there were guys out there on the periphery that could have made the play, and he made sure that they didn't.
Right.
And then they hit him on the swing pass near side, and just 1 block on the outside. Well, 3 blocks on the outside. One guy who had a chance at him, and he made certain that dude wasn't going to get him. He was terrific tonight, and there's no two ways about it. If you're naming an MVP of this football game, it's Nate Palmer.
Yeah, Nate Palmer. I'm saying the same thing. Nate Palmer. Gentry on the other side really impressed me as well. Stephenville is going to be one of those teams that you're going to have to recognize or have to deal with. They have a lot of young talent. In the next couple of years, that young talent, having young talent on your team can also be the gift and the curse. The curse would be when you get hit in the mouth. Those young guys have never been in that situation before. They don't know how to deal with adversity. Maybe in the second half, after making some adjustments, they would be able to come out and make this much a better game on the other side for Stephenville. But at the same time, this is a young squad. I'm saying that this team will be much better in the years to come, but for Decatur, they really impressed me. I thought that there was going to be a size difference, especially when you start looking at the measurables. That maybe I thought even last year, I was like, maybe that's what made the difference was just the fact that Stephenville is just such a big team. No. Those small offensive linemen, man, they get you down on the ground. They fight you all the way down the field. And so that was really impressive from what I seen from Decatur as well. But, you know, that first half, it was just all Palmer. He did everything for his squad. So now we're just at the point where we're just waiting to hear word, because even as they're waiting on that 30 minutes for no lightning strikes, I think at this point we've seen about 5. So, you know, they'll make the decision on whether to call this game, but we're here until they decide it.
Yeah. It's 11:05 right now. I thought that when we started to see everybody that was on the field start to make their way toward the locker room area that, hey, maybe, all right, everybody go home. At least as of yet, they're still kind of milling around, so maybe they haven't fully decided just yet. Everybody in the kind of the control center, if you will, here at Eagle Stadium, 2 doors down from us, is also still just kind of hanging around, still waiting for official word. So we're not dead yet.
Yeah, we're still here.
But it's on life support, and it's not looking great.
Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff happening around us too. So you're just trying to keep your eyes on everybody just to see what actually is happening, if they're going to bring the teams back out, and they haven't yet.
Well, I don't think they had any designs on bringing the teams back out until 11:30, because they obviously have to wait through 30 minutes worth of no lightning strikes before they can even start that process.
And the driving rain has started back again also, so just to make matters.
And it's like it's moving in the other direction than it was. It was coming down from our left to our right all through the initial storm, and now it's coming back the other way. So The weather gods are not with us tonight, man. They're not with us. It's just not that night.
I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. Weather-wise, like we saw the flags, they were blowing this way, and then they. And look, I'm married to a Girl Scout, so she tells me the difference between East and West. So she's not with me right now. I'm with you. So
I've lost my bearings on where did the sun go down. I think West is going to be behind us.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, all right. This is why we do sports. This is why I leave weather to my wife.
You said it. You said it.
Tell you what. We'll hit one more break. We'll see if we can get some finality here, but I think we're coming back from this commercial break with some bad news. Anyway, again, all of you who have hung with us all night tonight, thank you very much. Awesome. We'll hopefully have some final answer for you. Isn't that a great little bit of music for you? There's another lightning strike. It won't go away. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
Touchdown! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna versus Salina. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA Plus.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pups out, make sure to protect their paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
you need a team you can trust to prepare you for the day.
We are making sure that you have all the information you need.
Looking out for you.
So we do have the heat advisory and air quality alert in effect for today.
Bold reporting.
Reporting from Plano.
Red flag warning in place.
Dynamic coverage.
Live from Addison.
Original content.
We are staying on top of this story, of course. Be safe out there on the roads. It's going to be a great time.
I am up with Daybreak. What about you?
Touchdown! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna versus Salina. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
I thought we were going to have some finality. They're still hanging on for dear life, man. They're trying. So the latest update that I got is that both the coaches really do want to finish the game.
Okay.
Don't know whether or not they're going to get their wish, but they're trying. It sounds like I don't want to jump into conjecture here, but the officials were saying, and this is per Coach Huff in our conversation of half an hour or so ago at this point, the officials were saying, hey, we're not going to kick this off after midnight. But evidently it is not just their decision. There's a bit of a committee, I suppose, that will come to this decision as a group, and that evidently includes Coach Huff, Coach Doty, the officials, probably Decatur ISD management in some form or fashion. I'm sure there's a lot of people that have a voice in this conversation right now. I know the coaches want to finish this game. That has been relayed to us, and it was evident just in talking with Coach Huff a half an hour or so ago. They want to finish the game. They want. I mean, shoot, for Nate Palmer's sake. Everything he's done tonight, if this ends up being a no contest, goes out the window. Those stats go out the window. And not that that's the end-all, be-all, and not that that's something that the decision should be made around, but I think it's at least entering into the thoughts of everyone that is having this conversation is, again, there are a lot of factors in all of this, and they're just trying to make the right decision, but it feels like their hand has been forced. Nobody wants to go home just yet.
No, and look, I don't blame them for that. I don't blame the seniors for saying we want to play this game. We've prepared all spring. We've had, if you're Decatur, you've had Stephenville in your crosshairs all summer long. If you're Decatur, if you're Stephenville, you've had Decatur marked down to say, look, we've got these guys in our crosshairs. I do not blame them for saying. And even when you look at the weather, the satellite, it's saying that the storm is blowing over. But as it's saying that the storm is blowing over, it seems like the storm just restarts all over again as the wind has picked up as well, and the flags are blowing much more than they were. So, look, we've talked about it for the last couple of hours now, just trying to figure out what exactly are they going to do to – if they're going to cancel this game or if they're going to continue. It's definitely fluid, and it's changing literally by the minute. So, Mike, I think the only thing we can do at this point is just, hope that all of the committee, I'll just call them the committee, all right, when the weather committee gets together and makes a decision, I think it'll be the best for both of these teams. Because like you said, for Stephenville, there's no way that they can play this game tomorrow, especially with it hour 45 traveling back home, and then an hour 45 back here. It's just impossible for them to play that game.
It kind of feels like if you were going to make that decision to come back and finish the game tomorrow, you needed to make that decision about 2 hours ago to let them drive home and get some sleep to be able to turn around and come back. Now, I mean, it's 11:17 at night. They're still here. You're talking about not getting back to campus until 1 o'clock in the morning. You're talking about probably not getting to sleep until close to 2. I think I don't think anybody's actually thinking about trying to come back and play tomorrow. I think this is they're going to try to the nth degree apparently right now to finish this game tonight. We'll see. We'll hit another break. I'll walk back down and see what we're hearing. They're still trying because nobody's gone home yet. They're still trying. They're holding out hope for dear life. But it doesn't look great.
Yeah.
It doesn't look great. We'll hit one more break, and we'll go on one more fact-finding mission and see if we can't come up with an answer for you. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
Touchdown! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna versus Salina. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA Plus. Well, as you can see, they are making their way back in here in Decatur. It is 11:33 at night, and they're piling back into Eagle Stadium. I sent out a clip on social media just a moment ago of the of the Decatur Eagles coming out of the locker room, and you could hear them hooting and hollering like there was no tomorrow, fired up that they were going to be able to finish this football game. And at this point, yes, we're good. The weather's gone, finally. They're going to be able to warm these kids back up here in a couple minutes. The officials are already out on the field. Coach Doty's out there. Coach Huff is out there. They're ready to make this thing happen, Heckma Harris, and it's we're spinning our cameras back up right now. As you can see, we're trying to get all our gear set back up after we broke it down earlier. But there is the ticker on your clock right there, 22 minutes. I'm not sure if that 22 minutes actually has significance or not. That may be our ticker until they're actually able to warm up. We'll check on that detail, but we're moving in that direction. We've got officials on the field. We've got coaches on the field. We've got fans who have piled back in here to Eagle Stadium. This thing's happening now.
Yeah, no one left the parking lot, so I was definitely expecting when they gave the word that it was back on, that everyone would come back into the stadium. I think for both sides. I think more for the Decatur fan base. Looks like a lot of the Stephenville fan base is maybe headed back, but at the same time, good to know that possibly in 21 minutes, we will be back in action here, having some the final half of this football game.
As you can see, our cameras are getting set up, and you're going to get a chance to see how the sausage is made right now, because everything is getting set back up at warp speed as fast as we possibly can get it set up, so that we can bring you the final 2 quarters of this game. And in the meantime, you're going to see some flickering and all of that. In fact, if you want, Clay Marshall, we could probably come to us again here in the booth, and we could talk to you all a little bit, because we know at least this camera is set up and situated, and Heckma and I can talk to you for a couple minutes and fill the time that we have remaining before we finally get this game back started.
And how about the pandemonium now in the stadium with everybody piling back in?
Piling back in right now.
Wow.
I'm very impressed with the patience of these people to sit in their car for this long and wait for this game to start back up. Let me see if I can I'm going to try and send a text message to our producer, Andrew Seeley, back at the station. Oh, sure enough. 2 hours and 55 minutes as of 11:32. So right now, literally right now at 11:37, we have hit a 3 full hour lightning delay. Credit to Andrew Seeley back at the WFAA studios, who before I could even ask him for the information, he'd already sent it to me. That's a producer, ladies and gentlemen. Right, 3 hours to the nose right now, and we're still not done with this delay. We won't be started up until at least, I have to imagine, 19 minutes from now. I'm not sure if that timer is for these kids to get warmed back up, or if that's until they can start warming back up. We haven't gotten that detail just yet, but there is 19 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock right now, winding down, and at least as of yet, no kids on the field. We've got referees. We've got the umpire on the 40-yard line talking to the field judge. So we've got the officials out there. We've got some coaches. We've got the fans filling back into this place. But as of right this second, we do not have players on the field warming up. In fact, I can see some of the Stephenville players standing right at the edge of their locker room, kind of waiting to tear down that wall and finally get back out here. So I'd be willing to bet that ticker is until they can begin their warm-up. But we're almost there.
Hey, Thunderstruck is on, so you know it's on, right? Come on.
That's fitting. That is.
What do you mean?
Credit to the folks here at Eagle Stadium. It doesn't get any more obvious or on the nose than that, but it's apropos for the evening that we have all lived through. more than 3 hours worth of a lightning delay here at Eagle Stadium in Decatur. But finally, we've got Decatur coaches in the booth to our right. We've got Stephenville coaches making their way in back on the other side of the press box. We've got fans back here at Eagle Stadium. We're going to have a second half of a football game tonight/Saturday morning. It's going to happen. I'm amazed by the patience. If this isn't indicative of just how much we love football in Texas.
Wow.
I thought for sure at 11:05 when we saw them all walking toward the locker room that had finally been the point where, all right, we've waited long enough, everybody go home. And there was just that little extra push of persistence. Oh, I don't want to say no yet.
Yeah.
And they were able to wait just long enough. On some level, I'm impressed.
You cannot waste a perfectly good helicopter landing on a weather delay.
Yeah, can we get the chopper back again to deliver the ball for the second half? Can we do that?
That's you cannot ruin. You can't waste that. So, man, we're going to play some football. And
this is wild. We're going to be punch drunk by the end of this thing, if I'm not already there.
What are you talking about?
May already be there.
Yes. This is interesting.
We're going to see a second half tonight. It may start after midnight. We'll hit one more break because I don't know what else to tell you right now. We'll try and get a little more information as far as when this game's actually going to restart.
Wow.
And we're going to come back with some football here on a very, very late edition of Friday Night Football up here in Decatur.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
All right, so we have gotten a little bit more information for you guys. The timer that we are seeing right now, which is at 13 minutes, that is official. That is when we will start this game, which is 11:57. It's 11:44 right now. 13 minutes from now, 11:57, we will kick off the second half of this football game. The Decatur coaches told us, he said the players are warming up elsewhere. They're not warming up down on the field, which is why we haven't seen anybody come out yet on the field to warm up. I imagine we will see players out on the field here fairly soon. But yeah, they're saying we're going to kick off the second half of this football game at 11:57. So with that, Heckma Harrison, let's leave the weather behind us.
Yeah, it's done.
Finally, mercifully, it's done. And let's talk some football again, because this was a very entertaining first half of a football game almost yesterday. And it seemed building to even better of a football game, because Stephenville had gotten themselves back into this game. Who knows what the heck these teams look like now after what will be more than a 3-hour lightning delay. Right. That is anybody's guess as far as how that's going to go. But if what we saw in the first half continues, there's reason to believe, hey, this was going in the direction of being a pretty darn good second half.
Well, there's going to be the 3-hour weather delay is going to dictate to whose energy is going to be up or down.
Yeah.
Stephenville has an opportunity. They come out for this second half, and their energy is up, and they're able to execute. They could possibly make a dent in this really quickly. Mm-hmm. Only down. Look, they could absolutely change things around. Down by 14, this could be something here for Stephenville to execute and try to get ahead here in this second half and possibly win this football game. If Decatur is just saying, look, I think that we have a good enough lead and we can kind of milk this thing all the way out to, they may end up being in a dogfight. I think defensively, that's where I was going to go in the second half, what they had to do to kind of stop this onslaught of scoring that was going on with Decatur, and it all started up front. We talked about it earlier, being the weather being the biggest part about this, because when we started, it was really, really hot. Now the weather it's cooled off tremendously. Yeah. We've gone through some 20-degree swings, whether it's raining or not. Now I believe that we're in the 70s. Here in Decatur, but up
trying to get cell signals.
No, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about I was going to try and pull up the temperature for you, but it's, yeah.
Don't worry about it. I mean, I think that
to
up
no
front,
avail.
Justin Stevens, Wesley Griffin, Colton Dirth, and Phillip Wiggins, these 4 guys can actually control the fate of this game. As you see right now, Stephenville is coming back onto the field. So, look, it's all going to be on those guys, and we're going to see which team can come out here with the most energy and can absolutely try and, get a victory here, because like you said, at the end of that second quarter, it looked like Stephenville was starting to steal a little bit of that momentum back before we went to the 3-hour weather delay.
We do apologize. We'd love to be showing you even more of these teams running out on the field right now, but our crew is scrambling right now to get our gear back up and running. We're almost there. You can see we've got one of our 2 cameras fired up and running. We're down a camera here for the second half, but we've at least got 2 of our 3 active, plus our camera here in the booth, so we will be able to get by. We will be able to bring you the second half of this football game, and we're going to make it seem to you at home like nothing's different, because that's what we're going to do. And we're just about there, because I just saw 2 different cameras fire up there, and that means we're just about whole. And
we're kicking off in 8 minutes.
Yeah, 8 minutes and 45 seconds. It's about that time. Again, 11:57. Our kickoff time here in the second half.
I love it.
We've had games broadcast on Saturdays before, but it's been scheduled for Saturday. We've never gone, I can't think of a time that we went past midnight. There was a DeSoto Cedar Hill game, the first year we ever did these broadcasts, back when we were doing Thursday night lights.
Okay.
And that game had a lightning delay that was not this long. It was long, but it was not this long. I'd have to go back and see whether or not that one took us past midnight. I'm not sure that it did. That was a crazy night, too. This has been wild. This is like Pac-12 after dark, except for we're in Texas and it's high school football.
Yeah.
And it's 11:50 at night, and we're warming up for the second half.
Let's get it on.
This is how Texas does high school football,
Let's
man.
get it on. I should have known from the moment they landed that helicopter on the field that it was going to be this kind of night. So, look, no whining now. We got to get this thing finished, and both of these coaches have been adamant about finishing this game. Kudos to them. They would not give up on the weather. They said, look, we're going to get this thing in even if it takes us until tomorrow to do it. And, hey, man, it is holding true.
Comment on the YouTube feed from R. Johnson says that we should use up these final 7 minutes between now and kickoff of the second half with a Leslie versus Harrison arm wrestling match. If you guys at home don't know how that one's going to go, I appreciate the faith that you might have in me in that battle, but Clay Marshall, if you want to punch us up one more time, really? You think I'm winning this battle against a man who played Division I football at Kansas State?
What we're going to do? Look,
he makes me look tiny.
We're going to get out of here when this game is over with. Everybody on this whole staff is going to be unscathed tonight. We don't need any more excitement than we've already had with the weather delay and the lightning. Look, we got to get it on. This is a football game. In 6 minutes, 19 seconds, we'll be kicking off, and we're going to finish this thing on Friday Night Football.
I will say this. I'm really glad on one level that they decided to stick it out and finish this game tonight. On two levels. Okay. One, because I wanted to see the game end. Two, because the thing that would have broken my heart most would not have been, hey, guys, the game is canceled. We're calling it a no contest. What would have broken my heart most would have been, hey, we're going to come back tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon and finish this game.
Right.
Because I'm fairly certain, I may be speaking out of turn here for the decision makers at Channel 8, I don't think we would have been able to come back tomorrow afternoon to finish broadcasting this second half. So the fact that if it was going to end, I'm glad it's ending tonight because we're still here with you and we can bring you the second half of this football game in 5 minutes and 25 seconds. The Decatur coaches I mentioned earlier were telling us they had the players warming up elsewhere, whether it was in the locker room or perhaps in the gym. They had guys staying loose in there, Stephenville as well. But now, obviously, you see out on the field, everybody is getting back warm and ready to play this football game. And in 5 minutes and 7 seconds, we're going to kick this football game off once again. Clay Marshall, if we can call up the scoring summary maybe one more time and just kind of bring people back through what we saw in that first half, because it was a wild first half. And it's been a minute, so you may have forgotten what we saw in the first 24 minutes of this football game. 35-21 is our score. Decatur came racing out of the gates. 2 Nate Palmer touchdown runs. I beg your pardon, the third one should say a reception from their quarterback, Jed Ross, on a 78-yard touchdown reception. That's what made it 21-0. From there, though, a wacky back and forth over the back half of the second quarter. Stephenville outscoring Decatur 21-14 in that span to make this a football game again, 35-21. And it feels kind of crazy that this is even worth mentioning, but it is worth mentioning because now here we are about to kick this second half off again. It will be Stephenville ball to start the second half. So a real chance for them to jump right back in this game if they can go get a score on this opening possession.
And that was what was so interesting about that Hail Mary pass at the end of the end of the first half is if they complete that, and that was a great throw and darn near a really good catch, but then you get the ball back to begin the second half, and maybe then you're in a situation to tie it up. But even now, if they're able to take this first possession, let's just say methodically go down the field, score, they're only 7 points away from tying it up. I think where I have pause is, can Stephenville's defense get a stop? And they hadn't been able to do that in the first half. And maybe the only thing that will cool this Decatur offense off is a 3-hour weather delay.
It's really been, Heckma Harrison, a nearly 4-hour halftime show?
Yes.
So one more time, read that last line for me, if you will.
Thanks for watching the Friday Night Football halftime show, sponsored by Golden Chick. There you go.
Now the halftime show has finally, mercifully, come to a close. And we're about to kick off the second half of this football game. The longest halftime show sponsored by Golden Chick that there has ever been or will ever be. Nearly 4 full hours if you include the first 20 or so minutes of halftime that weren't in the lightning delay, because we did get about 20 minutes worth of it.
We're all delusional. We're all delirious at this point, man.
Oh, man. The first 20 minutes or so of halftime, we hadn't yet begun the lightning delay. And then, if I am to trust Andrew Seeley, who texted this to me a little bit ago, the official start of the lightning delay was at 8:37 this evening. We are now 3 minutes and 18 seconds, 3 hours, and 18 minutes into that lightning delay, and we are a minute 48 away from ending this protracted halftime, lightning juiced up halftime. It will be a 3 hour and 20-minute lightning delay when it is all said and done. But we are finally ready to start this football game back up.
Man, nobody is more ready than us to get this thing on. I think you talk about our guys on the cameras out here. How they got all that set up in the time that they did is beyond me. So
Graham Rayner and Lance Martin and Clay Marshall as well, our director. The three of them.
What's Lance's nickname?
Fancy.
Fancy. I see why.
All I'm saying is they earned the overtime check that is coming to them after this long day.
There's an overtime check. Okay. Didn't know about that.
Yeah.
Lights. Lights.
All right. It is time to kick off the second half of this football game. Finally, 3 hours and 20 minutes after the lightning delay began, 3 hours and 40 minutes approximately after halftime began. Finally, here we are with the second half of this football game, and it will be the Decatur Eagles to kick it away. Greg McDonald, their senior kicker, out there to send it deep. Wouldn't this be the perfect time for a surprise onside?
Oh, absolutely. If you're going to time one, and an element of surprise would be, this would be the time to do it.
Deep to return for Stephenville, Tristan Gentry and Tate Maruska. At 11:57, we are back underway on Friday Night Football. Maruska from his own 17 up the near sideline. Maruska pummels his way through the kicker McDonald out across the 40, and it will be good field position to start the second half. This feels so weird.
Yeah, it is.
It's midnight, and here we go with the second half, and out comes this Yellow Jackets offense. Ryan Gafford and company, 21 points in that opening half. Heckma, it's been almost 4 hours since they were on the field. How did they stir it back up?
No, and the thing is now you have to rely on this running game because that ball is wet, as you saw right there from Maruska after that kick. It's just died on the field. And as soon as they come out, what do? They throw it long right away.
Deep to Bouillon, and he catches it on the tip, and he scores. I think I just saw another lightning strike. This time it's in the form of Noah Bouillon. Touchdown, Stephenville, and game on here at Decatur.
And so, Mike, don't joke about lightning strikes, but Noah Bouillon does come down with the pass. We were talking about him at the end of the first half, those two slants that he dropped, and 88 has atoned for that drop, came right back out, and just like I said, if they could score on this first drive, they're only 7 points down in a game that they were down big in the first.
35-28, 17 seconds in to the second half, and it's a 7-point game here on Friday Night Football.
All I can say is wow.
Yeah.
All you can say is wow to that. That is right there, when you come out and you trust Ryan Gafford after sitting in the locker room for 3 hours to come out on the first play and hit them long, and you have to know that that was all their coach. Coach Doty said, look, this is what we're going to do. When we come out of this locker room, we're going to put this thing in the air, and they are going to feel this right away. We missed our opportunities, but we're not going to miss it in the second half. I told you, this game had the feeling of an instant classic, and the lightning may have stopped, but there's still some lightning happening on the field.
35-28, and how good is that from Sterling Doty and from their offensive coordinator, Colt Kitley, as well, to, as you mentioned, Noah Bullion had some big drops late in that first half.
Yeah,
plays that could have created points, maybe could have gone for touchdowns. Dropped both of them on back-to-back plays to go right back to that kid and say, hey, we trust in you, and he goes out there and makes a play off a tip. That's really cool. Gilbreth from his own 4-yard line. He's got a head of steam. Antoine Gilbreth across the 40. Gilbreth running the snake across midfield. Gilbreth down the sideline will not be caught.
I don't know.
They're going to score 80 tonight.
No, I have no. And the coach is running down the field with Gilbreth. Look at this. From the kickoff, that seam opens up, and Gilbreth is off to the races right here. Makes a great cut back inside. No one's going to catch him. How about the fireworks to start off the second half, man?
96 yards on the kickoff return from Antoine Gilbreth. On for the PAT is Greg McDonald. We've played 32 seconds. It's midnight right now, and we've seen 2 touchdowns in 3 minutes of real time.
Well, only thing that would be better is if Stephenville could also return a kickoff here. But seeing that run back again for number 14, Gilbreth, man, his kid is smooth. And the stepbrother of the running back, Nate Palmer, man, that is they got a lot of speed in that household. So both of these guys putting their imprint on this game, and number 14 takes it to the house.
I've run out of space on my running score. I'm having to start a fresh new page, Heckma Harrison. We're out of room. It's early third quarter. It's 12:01 in the morning. Happy Saturday to you all. 42-28, Decatur with the lead here on Friday Night Football.
Man, wow. How do you open back up like that? I mean, there has to be another answer, and Stephenville's going to have to continue to score.
How many points is it going to take to win this football game?
If I had to guess, if you're Stephenville, you're going to have to at least score 50 points to get a victory. I'm saying 50, 60.
Maruska on the return. He's got a seam. Maruska up the near sideline across the 35, across the 40. Another good return from Tate Maruska. And back comes the Stephenville offense.
Maruska just trying to find a seam, trying to find a hole, setting up his blocks. But still good yards there for the Yellow Jackets as ball's returned out to about the 43-yard line. Not tired, are you, partner? Okay.
I'm trying to make heads or tails of what in the world have we seen tonight, especially from the midway point of the second quarter until now. It was 21-0 Decatur, and it looked like they were in complete control. Gafford's going to keep this one slung down at the 49-yard line in his own side of the field. But that Decatur opening onslaught, 21 points courtesy of Nate Palmer. But when you start at the 5:37 mark of quarter number 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 touchdowns in 6 minutes and change worth of game time. They're asking somebody out there to turn their headlights off here outside the stadium.
That's how intimate this setting is.
Uh-huh. going to be 2nd down and 4. This is something else. Maruska nearly didn't get that handoff, and the delay allowed him to get home. Here for the sack, where for the tackle was Wyatt Vinzant, and it's going to be 3rd and long.
3rd and long, and man, they get back there in the backfield pretty quickly. Number 32 coming downhill for Decatur. And Wyatt Vinzant, a guy that is big and strong, 6'1", 235 pounds, but is a track kid. Ran sub in the 100 and 400. Great athlete.
That one's incomplete, right in the breadbasket of Tristan Gentry. Surprising to see him drop that pass. And it's going to be 4th down, and it looks like Stephenville is going to have to punt.
Yeah, wet ball. Everybody's going to have to deal with the elements now that they come back on the field. It's a slower track because this is a grass field, so you're dealing with the elements and also mud. And just like that, looks like they are, instead of punting, they're going for it here on 4th down.
A gutsy decision here from Sterling Doty, but understanding they don't have the ability to give the ball back to Decatur's offense. Throwing far side, knocked away, incomplete. Turnover on downs there in defense for Decatur was Cade Brazil.
4th and 8, and they decide to go for it here. Man, this is hedging a lot on a 4th down completion and hoping that you could possibly get a 1st down, but not so fast. And just like that, the Eagles are back on the field as the snap goes back, and handoff made to Nate Palmer. Nate Palmer stopped in the backfield, and that's number 26 getting back there in a hurry. Paul David Peak for the tackle.
I appreciate you picking up the slack for me, partner. We're trying to figure out the one thing we're missing is a crowd mic, and there it is. We've got some crowd noise. As we told you earlier, we are piecing this all back together, but we're here now. To the air, over the middle. Was that hauled in? Yes, it was. What a catch over the middle. That is outstanding work from Luke White.
Yeah, Luke White, big body, 6'4", 180 pounds. I think they're also going to get the PI as well. You make a big catch like that, if you're Luke White, the catch and the penalty.
The Jackets decline. Result of the play, 1st down.
It's kind of like an and one in basketball when you can do that. PI and catch.
So 1st and 10 at the 23 now for Jed Ross and company. In motion is Palmer. They're going to come near side, miscommunication between he and White, and it's incomplete.
Yeah, White not even looking. I think on that play right there, Jed Ross is looking for a stop route on the outside, and Luke White is still continuing up the field.
Ross with Graham and Nate Palmer left and right. Handoff here for Palmer. Nice work to hang on for dear life on this near side by Stephenville's Hyson Foreman to make the tackle. A gain of a couple, it'll be 3rd and 7.
Yeah, also Rowdy Markland, the linebacker, team captain, guy that's just super talented, kind of getting downhill and making sure that Palmer doesn't get that edge, because that's where he is most lethal. When you lit him around that edge, man, he just has the speed to get out on you. This brings up a big 3rd and 8.
They've got to get to the 13-yard line for a 1st down. Ross looking left, has a man, complete 1st down, and then some. Landon Phelps skips his way into the end zone. Touchdown Decatur once again.
Lionel Richie has a song called Easy Like Sunday Morning, and that's exactly what that looked like. Kidding out, just a simple crossing route, and he catches Landon Phelps wide open.
Extra point is up and through. It is a 21-point lead once again for the Decatur Eagles. Jed Ross right on the money to Landon Phelps. Phelps up the sideline for 6. 49-28. Decatur with the lead on Friday Night Football. Touchdown.
Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna versus Salina. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pups out, make sure to protect their paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkin.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
You know, I don't like him very much right now. The most loved and hated man in Texas.
Who is that?
Delkus. You didn't see the commercial?
No, I didn't.
Delkus, I'm not a big fan of you tonight. 3-hour and 20-minute lightning delay. Tate Maruska on the kickoff return here out across the 20 to the 22. Tate Maruska does everything for this Stephenville football team, and they need him to do even more because now they're down 21 again.
Well, he's trying to catch that seal on the outside. That's designed the whole way. Just doesn't get there fast enough to catch the opening. But Stephenville, not with the favorable field position that they opened up the second half with, and gonna have to go on a drive to get some points.
1st and 10 from the 22-yard line to the air once again. Gaffer trying to set up the tunnel screen. Bullion met. Read brilliantly by this Decatur defense. Maybe a gain of a yard on the play.
By the time Bullion catches the ball, that defense is still converging and getting down on him. Man, he tried to do everything that he could to get back inside. And you can tell the adjustments have been made. These guys are picking back up the pace if you're the Eagles.
Michael Trammell made the tackle there. No gain on the play officially. 2nd down and 10. High snap. They get it down. Hand for Maruska. Maruska up the right sideline. Barrels his way through the chest of Rylan Cavazos and close to 1st down yards. Looks like it'll be 3rd and about 3.
That's what I love about Tate. You see that once he gets going outside, he's one of those guys, man, that, again, you cannot arm tackle a guy like that. You have to try and get 2 or 3 hats on him to get him down. But come up in a 3rd down and short, this is definitely a down to put the ball in the belly of number 17.
3rd and a long 2. It will be Maruska, and he'll have the 1st down.
And Maruska carries up to the 33-yard line. That'll be enough for a 1st down.
JR Two Wheels in the YouTube comment says, "Where's the rain?" Yeah, it's gone now, thank goodness. 400 of you with us right now on the WFAA YouTube channel. Do us a favor. Text your buddy and say, hey, want to watch football after midnight on a Friday night, Saturday morning? There's still a game in the 3rd quarter. Come watch with me. 1st and 10. Pump and go. Looking deep. Unleashing the bomb for Gentry. That will draw a flag as there was a handful of jersey for Antoine Gilbreth in coverage.
I want to allow a little bit of grace here for number 14, Gilbreth, because I'm telling you, he is man-to-man, back turn. Great timing.
Flag on the play.
They're going to get you every time with your arms being extended like that. So here's the thing about it. High school football, it's not a spot foul. So
yes. And they may also call this a hold. They're going to take the flag off.
Flags off. 2nd
How
down
about
and 10
that?
for the Jacket.
They will wipe the flag away. One more look at it here. The pump and go from Gafford.
Wow. I said I was going to allow a little grace. They allowed a lot of grace right there. They picked the flag up.
I'm surprised they allowed that much grace. Wow. 2nd and 10 it will be. Gafford's going to keep it himself off the fake. Made the first 2 men miss, but then runs into a wall that is Caden Barnes. A gain of 2 on the play. It's going to be 3rd and 8.
That's so risky in that RPO when you see quarterbacks pull the ball out at the last minute on those dive plays. Usually ends in disaster with the ball being on the turf or on the grass in this situation. Don't want to make a habit of doing that as you see these jerseys starting to get real dirty as this field is. You're going to start to see some chunks of that field coming up because it did get a pretty good drenching here in the last 3 hours.
3rd down and 8 here for Gafford. Make it 3rd and 13. Cooper Doty, the freshman right tackle. I'm going to say delay a game, in fact. Oh, they're going to say delay a game defense here. That's what this ruling is going to be, I think. Yes, it is. I think they're going to say disconcerting signals being hollered out by the Decatur defensive line. That's what made the freshman Doty jump, was the defensive front from Decatur trying to bark out, mimicking signals of Gafford's snap count, and that's what gets the delay game penalty.
The PA announcer just said, wow. we're all a little off of it right now. I think I've ever heard that. Wow.
3rd down and 3 now. Handoff Maruska. Lowers his shoulder. Looks like he'll have just enough for the 1st down. He will.
Yeah, line judge on this side, I think, had it right. On the other side, he got caught up in the trees, not able to see the exact spot, but even still, Stephenville right now, 2nd first down on this drive, just have to continue to keep it going. This is a drive that started at the 21-yard line, I believe, for Stephenville.
1st and 10 at the 44. Play action fake for Gafford. Looking deep once again. Coverage down there. Bullion couldn't haul it in, but at least knocked it away from Lane Hestan.
And that's Cavazos over there, number 22, coming underneath that route.
2nd down.
Man, Noah Bullion's got to come down with that. Big body kid, and I tell you, all the notes that I see about him, he's a guy that has waited his time to be here as a varsity player. Those are the kind of guys that I truly appreciate. It's hard to work all that time and go through, lift all those weights and do that, to wait on your shine, and he's finally gotten it.
Maruska on 2nd and 10, nowhere to go. Decatur is tuned in to this run game of Stephenville, and they have made it tough sledding for Maruska tonight.
Brought down by Trammell after a short gain. 3rd down and 9.
But what I want to see is from this big offensive line of Stephenville, these guys, you know, start to load up on this smaller front in front of them and start pushing these guys around. This is an offensive lineman's dream, to be on a muddy field like this. It slows guys down. I mean, these little guys can't move as fast as they were on that dry field, so they ought to have them dead to rights.
3rd and 9. Gafford in shotgun, lost his footing in the backfield, and he's taken down. If he hadn't lost his feet, he might have been able to get through, but Keegan Hatchell able to tackle him right at the line of scrimmage. 4th down, Stephenville will have to punt.
That's so unfortunate because you saw right there, Ryan Gafford, the middle of that line opens up and he has an opportunity to run to the marker. Just didn't get there fast enough. Obviously able to trip him up, and punting has been quite an event here for the Yellow Jackets.
That one is cleanly away.
Cripe's kick
will bounce inside the 20-yard line and roll to a stop at about the 16.
16-yard line.
That's where Decatur will get back to work. Couple comments in our YouTube feed. Shazib Snazamum, trying to pronounce that username, asking for a shout out. Lynn's Sisk says power went out, phone dead. We're sitting in our car at home charging and watching on YouTube, says Go Eagles.
That's what's up.
Casey Shaver says, now that's Decatur determination, Linz. Let us know your stories from this crazy night here in Decatur. Jump in the YouTube comments and tell us about what you've experienced tonight as Nate Palmer breaks a couple tackles in the backfield. Nate Palmer, are you kidding me? That should have been a loss of 4. It was a gain of 20.
What an athletic kid. Look at this. This is where you're talking about they have him bottled up in the backfield. That's Colton Dirth that had an opportunity to bring him down, and still he's able to get out of the backfield. And maybe the reason why he was able to get out is because of the holding penalty.
Did you see him kick back to his feet at the end of the play there?
Oh, he's a freak athlete. I mean, that's what they do.
That's nothing to him, I know.
What are you talking about? I did that all the time.
Did you know?
No, I'm just
It was a holding penalty that's going to drop Decatur back
I was hoping
to
you
the
just let that
9
go,
yard.
Mike. Come on, man. It's 12 o'clock.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
Let us know in the YouTube comments where you're watching from tonight, as we still have 3:36 left in the third quarter. Like this play design, a little misdirection to try and get Palmer out the back door, but Stephenville not fooled. Very well done by the defensive front of the Yellow Jackets. Wesley Griffin there to take him down.
Yeah, Wesley just camping out inside. He's been playing tough in that interior, going up against those smaller offensive linemen. Boy, those guys are small again, but they are cutting these guys down to the ground. Good job by 44, just able to get a hold of this guy's leg.
Trying to find Palmer on the wheel route up the sideline, but just overshot him. Flag on the play afterward.
Flag on the play.
They're going to say offensive pass interference. That was the preliminary signal anyway from the back judge.
That was an uncatchable ball, man.
Uh-oh. We don't have the conversation between the little babies anymore. Conversations changed on that microphone, so may want to let them know that we're picking them up. It's an uncatchable ball, man.
Stephenville's going to decline the penalty.
But I want to say this, though, Mike. I would go right back to that play at some point.
Yeah.
Because Nate Palmer, if Jed Ross just takes a little bit off of that pass, he's to the house.
JR Two Wheels says he's watching from Dallas. Nathan Jones says coming home from the Rangers game, stuck on 287 due to an accident watching the Decatur game, says Go Eagles. Pressure in the backfield and taken down. Wesley Griffin with the sack.
2 big plays from big number 44, Wesley Griffin. But how about that? Pushing the lineman back into the lap of the quarterback. It's a good job by the Stephenville defense that could not get a stop in that first half, and they've come out here and gotten 2.
So now they're going to have to punt it away from the back of their own end zone. Nathan McCrory back there to punt it away. Standing in the A in Decatur. Snap is on target, but it's blocked. Blocked and rolling around at the 7-yard line. Scooped up by Decatur. It will not be nearly enough for a first down. It's going to be Stephenville football inside the 20-yard line after a block punt.
Down by 21 points, and Stephenville is still have their foot on the gas. These guys are trying to get back in this game. How timely is that for a block punt?
First down.
We saw in the first half the punt snap dropped by the Stephenville punter Zane Nielsen led to the first score of the first half from Decatur. Now Stephenville kind of trying to return the favor off a blocked punt. They're going to have 1st and 10 at the 18-yard line, deep in Decatur territory.
Got to come away with points here if you're the Yellow Jackets. Got to come away with points, and I'm going to put it on my junior, Ryan Gafford, who in that first half, he showed you the wheels that he had. Guy gets out on the outside in the RPO, man, he can pick up some good yardage for you.
Gafford's got 4 wide receivers in the set. Tate Maruska to his right. Pressure in his face. Maruska picks up the first blitzer but can't pick up the second. And Gafford has no choice but to throw it away. The blitz blew it up.
Yeah, blitz coming on the outside.
Pass incomplete, second down.
Nothing, like you said, nothing he could do. Throws that pass away. Fortunate for him, he's outside the tackle box and not going to get an intentional grounding.
Sets up second down and 10. For those of you late in joining us here after midnight, 12:24 in the morning, late third quarter, a 3-hour and 20-minute lightning delay. But finally we are back going, and Tate Maruska carries across the 15-yard line, a pickup of about 4. It'll be 3rd and 6.
3rd and 6, and look, you know this 4-down territory. Maybe you don't pick it all up at once, but at least try and make it 4th and close.
Stephenville has trailed in this game by 21 once today. In fact, twice, 21-0 and 28-14. Beg your pardon, a third time, 35-14, and then again now at 49-28. They've been able to come back to get as close as 7 at 35-28 early on in this third quarter.
Yeah, timeout called just in time.
Timeout, Stephenville.
And maybe they want to come back in and execute a better play. But I'm telling you, Tate Maruska here in the second half, he's been running with a lot more purpose than he was in the first half. And the guy that we hadn't heard much from is Tristan Gentry. He was the story there in the first half with the catches. They have got to find a way to get number 1 back in this game.
Play Marshall, our director, if we can get a shot of the near side crowd. No, it's a little bit tough to do from where our cameras are positioned, but it's to show just how many people have come back here to Eagle Stadium in Decatur to watch this game, as here we are after midnight, 12:26 in the morning. That's a lot of the folks that are the season ticket holders in the middle, and the student section down to our cameras left, which may be blocked by the staircases, is also impressively full for as late as it is tonight. They came back to cheer these kids on, and this is a big moment for them to get loud on 3rd down and 6, deep in their own territory. Gafford in shotgun, 5 wide receiver set. Gafford's going to run for it right side. Knifing through, though, to make the play was Michael Trammell, and he's going to be short.
Like I said, you didn't have to pick it all up on one play, but you know that Ryan Gafford has those wheels, and that's a good thing right there for number 33. For Michael Trammell chasing down from behind is going to bring up a 4th and 1. That's all you needed, was to get close, and you know what you do now.
They've got to get inside the 9-yard line for a first down. Gafford up under center, quarterback sneak, pushed forward, he'll have it. And then some, picked up probably 2 yards on the 4th and 1. And it's 1st and goal for Stephenville.
So you 4-down territory. There's no way they were going to give that ball back or try and attempt the field goal on this wet field. Stephenville with an opportunity to score as they go back to the jumbo package.
Handoff Maruska, right guard, pushing forward, breaking tackle, spinning his way in for the touchdown. Tate Maruska with the answer for Stephenville.
Okay, Tate, you see that? They go back with the jumbo package, and the lead blockers in front of 17 gives him all that he needs to get downhill and get a score, and Stephenville comes right back with an answer.
27 seconds left in this third quarter, and Stephenville about to cut the lead down to 2 touchdowns once again as the train goes by in the distance. And it's up and through.
Up and good. 27 seconds left here in the third quarter. Man, the back and forth. We've had quick strikes. We've had kickoff returns. No lead or nothing safe around here. the Yellow Jackets do have to kick the ball off, and they have to kick it to Antoine Gilbreth, who has already punished them with a long return.
96 yards just a few minutes ago. Next week on Friday Night Football, this one should be good. Number 2 Anna and number 5 Salina. Anna beat Salina twice last year, once in the regular season, once in the playoffs. When they beat them in the regular season, it was the first time in 50 years. Then they got them again in the playoffs. Next week, the rematch. And it's a top 5 battle in 4A Division 1. You think anybody on that train rolling by is thinking, they're still playing a football game right now?
Everybody on that train is thinking, what the heck is going on over there? There's no way they're still playing football at midnight. Yes, they are.
12:29 in the morning. It's still the third quarter. Up the near sideline, leaping over would-be tacklers was Luke White. Out to the 37-yard line is where they'll mark them.
Out across 35 to the 36.
Kathy Talley says she's at home watching, says go Eagles number 56. That would be Ethan Talley, who made a nice tackle a couple minutes ago.
39-yard line.
Way to go, Miss Talley. We're all in this together.
Mark Alonzo asks, will 100 points total be scored tonight?
Easy.
Met in the hole.
Man.
I'm a little surprised there wasn't a flag thrown for a face mask there on Colton Dirth. Watch this again.
Rowdy Markland making the stop.
Right at the
end. You know what? It was kind of.
And that'll be the end of the third quarter.
I take it back. Good job by the officials. It was just kind of a glancing blow. It wasn't a grasp, which is what's required for the flag. Good eye by these officials to not throw the flag there. To the fourth we go. When will this game end? Friday Night Football on an early Saturday morning. Fourth after this. Touchdown.
Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna versus Salina. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pups out, make sure to protect their paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkin.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
As we welcome you back here to Wise County, we have reached the fourth quarter. A game that kicked off 5.5 hours ago. And on 2nd and 9, the handoff to Nate Palmer, who gets stood up in the hole and driven back. They're going to give him a gain of about 1.5 yards on the play, but it's going to be 3rd and 7. And Heckma Harrison, if Stephenville gets a stop here, all of a sudden it gets real interesting.
Well, they do. They've pretty much stacked them up at the line of scrimmage, and we've seen Rowdy Markland, who made that last play on Nate Palmer, and now Wesley Griffin getting in on the action. So this is a big 3rd down for these guys. They can get a stop here. This changes a lot.
3rd down and 7. They've got to get to the 49 on their own side of the field to pick up the 1st down. Motion man was Graham. Ross looking over the middle, knocked away, nearly intercepted. DeVivo there in coverage on Landon Phelps, and it's 4th down.
Now, looked like they were keeping their offense out there on the field, but nope. Punt team runs on. Want to give a shout out to my guy, Chris Mikowski, who's listening to us. Chris said I'm joining the insomniacs that are staying up to watch Texas high school football. Thank you for staying with us, Chris.
One of our buddies from across town at CW33 in their high school football broadcast on Thursday nights. Bouillon has it bounce off his hands, gonna have to scramble to get on top of it. He does, but not before giving up about 20 yards worth of field position.
Bouillon is dropped back at the...
And I can understand the heart of Bouillon on that play, but you just don't want to lose that yardage. If that ball hits the ground, it's gonna roll and probably go down to the 1 yard line if these guys can get down there fast enough. But you definitely don't want to help them. Now this is ball placed at the 8 yard line.
You make an interesting point, though, because I instinctually said that they lost a lot of yardage and field position there. Perhaps they didn't. Where he ended up getting to that ball and covering it may have been about where it would have rolled to if he had let it go anyway. So it might be a wash. Deep ball, got him long. Tristan Gentry, oh my goodness, in and out of his hands.
The effort's pass intended for Gentry, incomplete.
That should have been a 92-yard touchdown hookup. In and out of the hands of Tristan Gentry.
I had to see the replay again just if my eyes were deceiving me. Ryan Gafford dots that. He puts that ball right on Tristan Gentry. We've been calling for number 1, who was the guy for the Yellow Jackets in the first half. That's just, you got to come down with that if you're number 1. You got to come down with that.
Second down and 10, handoff Tate Maruska up the middle. Plunges ahead to the 15-yard line. It'll be third down and about 4. Couple of YouTube comments. Sally Lloyd says she's still watching in Stephenville. Let's go Jackets. Fire Dog says, had no idea I'd be getting some entertainment like this after midnight. Fantastic. Emiliano Puga says, let's go Eagles, come on. Emmy Johnson, come on Decatur. Third down and 4. Handoff Maruska again. Maruska breaking to the outside. Maruska's got the first down and then some. Up the sideline. Tate Maruska with a burst of speed. Oh, he stepped out of bounds and only just barely. Otherwise, he would have scored. First down, but Tate Maruska wanted more.
This is a beautiful run from number 17. Watch him bend this back. I'm thinking no, because he's not going to get the first down. No, he knows exactly where he's going. He's running and just reading those blocks. That's a good job by number 17 who gets a break.
10 minutes and 16 seconds left in this one. Stephenville down 2 scores. They do need to somewhat hurry. Tristan Gentry on the tunnel screen. Tristan Gentry says, I got your hurry right here. Tristan Gentry right up the gut. Tristan Gentry will score 67 yards. Stephenville right back in it again.
That's how you make up, though, Mike, for the drop. Tristan Gentry on the wide receiver screen. He did this on the last touchdown. Look at him set up his blocks. Everybody is out front of Tristan Gentry, and he just puts on the Jets and says, man, you're not going to get nothing but grass in your face if you're standing behind me. That's how you do it. That's how you make up for your mistake, number 1.
Chavaria on for the extra point.
And
it is 49-42. 10:02 to play in the 4th. One more look at this one as Gentry follows his blocks and turns on the Jets. We've got ourselves a football game at 20 minutes of 1 in the morning on Friday Night Football.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
It's 49-42. 10:02 left in the 4th quarter. Decatur leading the number 6 team in the state, the Stephenville Yellow Jackets, by 7. It's 12:38 in the morning. Yes, we're still playing.
Everybody up. Make some noise.
Diego Chavarria to kick it away. Landon Felt's the deepest man. They're going to kick it shorter than that. Gilbreth is going to take it from his own 28-yard line. Gilbreth is going to find a seam again. Gilbreth keeping his feet out across the 40 and to the 42. And good field position for Decatur, who suddenly once again has to answer an onslaught here from Stephenville.
I'm just saying, if you're a Stephenville Yellow Jacket, don't kick it to number 14.
Yeah, no.
He's already victimized you. Just kick it away from him. But right now, they need a defensive stance right now. They've got to get a stop. They can't allow a score.
Handoff here for Graham. Graham trying to push the pile. Give him a gain of about 4.5 or 5 on the first play of the series.
Gets out to the 48-yard line.
And one of the things I love from Coach Huff is he uses Graham as that change of pace back to Nate Palmer. And now he has both of them lined up in the backfield.
Handoff Graham.
Graham again into the line.
Bottled up in the hole this time. Give him about 3 on the play. It's going to be 3rd and 2.
Big third down. And we've seen Wesley Griffin and Colton Dirth get some push.
Markland on the stop for the Jackets.
They can force a 4th down, maybe a 4th and obviously 4th and short. You're Stephenville. I like those odds of possibly getting the ball back at midfield because I do believe that the Eagles would go for it.
Palmer in motion. It's going to be Ross to keep it himself, and he's taken down in the backfield. Stephenville knifes through to make the play. Hudson Butchie, the sophomore, makes the stop, and it's 4th down.
4th down for the
They're going for it.
Decatur does not want to give the football back to Stephenville. 4th and 3. Now they're going to punt. Steve Huff thought about it, decided, yeah, run the punt team out there. Still 18 seconds to get the play off.
Now, they bought pressure last time. Got a block. That was down in the end zone. Noah Bullion.
Low snap. Nice job by McCrory to dig it out. This time, Bullion's going to call for the fair catch and makes it at the 15-yard line. But Stephenville, for the first time since it was 7-0, has possession of the football, down 7 or less.
If they come back and tie this score up, I am going to come unbelievable. This football game has been something else. As the helicopter flies over again, there's your helicopter right there. It's just to check on us. The helicopter fly back over.
It did just fly back over. God. That's wild. First down, I doubt it's the same helicopter, but who knows? 1st and 10. Gafford to the air, wants it all for Gentry again. This time a great job by Gilbreth to get back in coverage and knock it away. Hudson Butchie, the young man who made the play on that 3rd down a couple moments ago to force Decatur to make a punt, just a sophomore. One of 8 sophomores on this Stephenville team that are making a big impact this season. 5 defensive starters, a 6th who's a heavy rotation player, 2 offensive starters as well. And oh, by the way, Cooper Doty, the son of the head coach Sterling Doty, the freshman starting at right tackle. This is a young bunch that Stephenville's got. They've got a bright future in front of them. Noah Bullion makes the catch, but he's slung down out of bounds. It's going to be 3rd down and call it 7.
Yeah, I said it earlier, man. Sometimes the gift and the curse with playing with young guys is the fact that they hadn't gone through any adversity on the football field. And so when you get down by 21, you got to keep encouraging these guys and telling them, look, you got plenty of time to get back in it. As you see right now, man, the Yellow Jackets have battled back.
3rd down and 6 officially. Deep ball once again for Gentry. Can they hook up this time? Yes, sir! Tristan Gentry on the run! 81 yards for the touchdown, and we're an extra point away from tying this thing up. Are you kidding me?
I have no idea what I'm watching anymore. But I can tell you this, number 1 is putting in work. He dropped that first one, Mikey comes right back. And here's the thing, Great awareness from the Yellow Jackets sideline. The coaches saw that number 14, Antoine Gilbreth, went to the sideline with an injury. What did they do? They got number 1 a blow, brought him right back, and went right back for that same post route.
Extra point is up and through.
Unbelievable game.
Stephenville trailed by 21 at 1, 2, 3, 4 different points. 21-0, 28-7, 35-14, and 49-28. And now Stephenville has come back to tie it. Tristan Gentry with his 4th touchdown reception of the day, and it's 49 all.
What a ball. What a ball from Ryan Gafford. What a ball. And what faith in your young guy from Coach Doty, going right back to number 1, saying, kid, I have faith in you. That's the one thing about Coach Doty that I love. Even with Noah Bullion, those 2 passes that he's dropped, he hasn't gone away from him. He went right back to this guy. I love his faith in his team. What is it, Mike?
So just some of these comments on the YouTube feed are cracking me up. They scored to tie the football game at 49, and one guy was like, man, I got to go to sleep.
No, his team.
Not yet.
No,
Tristan Gentry said not yet.
No, his team no sleep. Let's go.
Kickoff near sideline. Again, it goes to Gilbreth. Gilbreth out to the 47-yard line. Little chatter, at least, after the play. No flags fly in as Gilbreth and Judson Wells got a little tangled, but nothing major.
And I tell you, Decatur has breathed some life back into this Yellow Jacket squad, and it started up front. Said it before, man, even with the heat, that this ball game was going to be won up front, and it has been because of those big guys, Wesley Griffin and Colton Dirk. They are not allowing number 7 to victimize him like he did in the first half.
This is the first time we've been tied since we were scoreless. Ross complete on the right side for Cooper Stastny. First down and then some into Stephenville territory.
Great completion there for Stastny. Out in the flat. They find that weakest point of that zone and get the ball to number 3, and he picks up positive yardage. And here comes that man, Nate Palmer.
How do you stop him?
Man, they've been doing a good job. They've corralled and they've crowded the line of scrimmage, and somehow in this second half, it's been looking like the Yellow Jackets have been playing with 13 men on defense.
Yeah. Second down and 8. Midway point here of the 4th quarter. Palmer's going to go in motion, 4 wide receivers to the left. Gafford's going to throw this way. Too tall for Gilbreth.
Pass intended for Gilbreth.
3rd down and 8.
3rd down.
Big 3rd down. I believe if you're Decatur, you're in 4-down territory anyway. So,
yeah, too close to punt. Not going to kick a field goal from this far out, certainly not in these conditions with the field as chopped up as it is.
Well, on the other side for Stephenville, they're just loading up and going with those deep balls, and they don't have an answer for it. And if you try and go on the other side to double team Gentry, they'll just throw it to Bullion.
Handoff Graham on 3rd and 8, twisted down in the hole. 4th down.
Bringing up 4th down, they're going right back to the line of scrimmage.
We call it 4th and about 6, it looks like. Ball sits at the 27-yard line. First down marker is just outside the 21, so maybe a short 6 here on 4th down. Ross to the air, over the middle, miscommunication, incomplete. Stephenville football.
Ruh-roh.
That's incomplete. Ball will go over to the Yellow Jackets.
They bring the pressure into the face. Nate Palmer just doesn't get his head around fast enough. And maybe, just maybe, Mike Leslie, this may have been the window of opportunity for the Stephenville Yellow Jackets. They've been loading up on 1st down with those deep balls. What does Coach Doty call here on first down?
Comment in the YouTube feed from Caleb Woodcock, who knows if this is true or not. He says, my wife is having our baby in the AM. Meanwhile, I'm still here. Quick throw near side, just a bit out of the grasp of Bullion, and it'll be second down.
Let me just say this. Leave the stadium. Okay? Just leave. Just whatever you do.
We've got some after midnight comments in the YouTube feed right now.
Go ahead and leave, man.
Everybody's a little punchy, and for good reason.
Okay.
Heckma Harrison, we went on the air exactly 6 hours ago.
Oh, that's great.
6:49 tonight, we hit the air. It's 12:49 in the morning now. Tate Maruska on the carry. Maruska close to first down yardage, but no, it'll be 3rd and 1.
Oh, they cheat. Look at that. Tate is right there at the sticks, sacrificing and laying out. No, they got him right beforehand. Good spot by the referees. Telling you, man, this young man has been running his heart out.
$500 of you with us right now on the WFAA YouTube channel. We appreciate you guys so very much for being here with us.
Team no sleep.
I know you guys are enjoying this one. 49-49 in the 4th at almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Gafford under center. Gonna just bull his way forward. First down and then some, out to the 40.
Yeah, to the 40-yard line. Good for a first down.
This is the first time the thought has entered my mind. When does Steve Huff need to start thinking about when to use those 3 timeouts? It's not yet, but that time's coming.
Yeah, it's getting close, but at the same time, you want to rely on your defense that's played tough to get some stops.
Throw near side, Bullion makes the catch.
Tackle.
Breaks the first tackle, breaks the second tackle. Bullion up the sideline, knocked out of bounds inside the 30.
Got to make this tackle. You can't let number 88 out. On a short route like that, if he can extend it, that is just like a nail in the coffin to allow 88. Noah Bullion and also Tristan Gentry have had a good game, but even better second half.
Sterling Doty said Noah Bullion's kind of taking on that Peyton post and roll for him. That is high praise. Hand off Maruska. Maruska up the near sideline. Maruska with a block from Bullion, and he scores. 28 unanswered from Stephenville, and they've taken the lead.
You asked me how many points did they need to score in order to win this game.
You said it.
And my God, what a game. What a game.
You said 56.
I told you. I said from the first half, I said this game had the feeling of an instant classic. And these guys have came out from Stephenville, and they have put their hard hats on and went to work.
28 straight points from the Stephenville Yellow Jackets to take a 56-49 lead. Tate Maruska with the most recent 6. And the Yellow Jackets lead it. 4:19 in the 4th on Friday Night Football. Touchdown! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna versus Salina. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pups out, make sure to protect their paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkin.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Unbelievable what we have witnessed tonight here in Decatur. A 3-hour and 20-minute lightning delay.
To kick off.
A 21-point Decatur lead at 4 different junctures of this football game. but then 28 unanswered points from the Stephenville Yellow Jackets, all in this fourth quarter, to take the lead, 56-49. Flag on the play. Are they saying delay a game on the kickoff?
Delay a game?
That's hard to do.
No, well, they just accomplished it, and they had a player that just couldn't figure out how to get lined up. That will drive your special teams coach crazy.
Desiree Joyner in the YouTube comments says, don't get too comfortable, Stephenville.
No, they won't.
What kind of answer does Steve Huff's football team have now after giving up 28 straight? But they've still got 4:19 and 2 timeouts, beg your pardon, all 3 timeouts to work with here. But now they have to be the ones.
Everybody up, make some noise.
What a boot.
Line drive kickoff that will bounce into the end zone.
Come out to the 25.
And out comes Jed Ross, Nate Palmer, and this Decatur Eagles offense trailing for the first time today.
Now would be a perfect time for the Eagles to go back to that play that I was telling you about. Nate Palmer out of the backfield.
They're going to go with the misdirection. Palmer, right up the gut. Palmer trying to go 75. He won't go that far, but he does get into Stephenville territory on the very first play of the possession. Give him 29 on the carry, and there's a hold.
Delayed draw.
Delayed
draw has been a bugaboo. Even the referees are into it. What was that?
I think he was trying to explain to Steve Huff that he ripped him to the ground.
Okay.
I guess that's all I can gather from what that gesture was from Ryan Vance.
Oh God! Ryan Vance is up way past his bedtime. He's not gonna take any stuff from anybody.
So call it 1st and 20 now. Ball on the 15-yard line.
15-yard line.
Ross rolling right. Looking downfield. Ross over the middle, incomplete.
Incomplete.
Trying to find Landon Feltz.
Good thing about that, stops the clock. It's going to bring up 2nd and 20. Now, they've had some success with some deep balls, but it's been all the big running plays from either Nate Palmer or Abram Graham. They've got to find a way to get one of their playmakers into the seam. If they go with a little wildcat action. No, that's Ross, my bad. I thought that was 8.
2nd down and 20, looking for Gilbreth, right through his hands, incomplete. He was in single coverage, had an opportunity against Willis Jackson, but he couldn't haul it in.
2nd down.
The sophomore Willis Jackson is way out of position to get a stop right there. Lucky that the Eagles were not able to come down with it. Oh, that's a play that Antoine Gilbreth has to make to bail his team out. On 2nd and 20, this is a big 3rd down. I'm asking myself, and if you're the Yellow Jackets, do you dial up pressure right here?
Timeout, Eagle.
Steve Huff's going to use his first timeout of this second half, because Decatur is, I think, in must-go-for-it territory at this point. 3:41 left in the football game. Now down to 2 timeouts remaining. I don't think you can punt the football away here, can you?
Look, the thing is that the clock in high school, the clock stops. And so that's going to be part of your saving grace. If you do get the ball back, it's probably going to be right at about a minute 20, minute under. You know, you're going to have to come up with something explosive.
Yeah.
If you do punt it back to them. But if you go for it here on 4th down and you don't get it, that's ball game.
Right now here on 3rd and 20, this is offensive coordinator Dwight Mincher, quarterback Jed Ross. What's your favorite play? What is your favorite play right now? Stastny in motion. Play action fake. Ross rolling out, looking deep downfield. He hauled it in. Landon Phelps with the catch. First down out across the 40.
What a big catch by Landon Phelps in traffic. Jed Ross. Oh, man, he got, how lucky is that? Jed Ross doesn't even see the corner coming from the boundary from the other side. And it's just like that, first down.
1st and 10 at the 40-yard line. Ross to the air again. Little flip this time for Palmer. Breaks the first tackle, but ran into his own man, and that allowed the Stephenville defense to get there. No gain on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
No gain.
A note about Jed Ross real quick. Replacing Preston Escobar, who was fantastic last year for Decatur. But Escobar was more of a running quarterback, and that was the one thing Steve Huff told us earlier this week. Jed Ross can sling it down the field a little bit. He said he changes our offense a little bit in that regard. You saw it there on that 3rd and 20. This time, though, nowhere to go for Abel Graham. Taken down, a loss of a yard. It's going to be 3rd and 11.
They've been going with Graham as that change of pace, but there's that man again. The sophomore Colton Dirth.
3rd down and 11 for the Eagles.
The future is in great hands with the Yellow Jackets. I've seen some good stuff from these young guys up front. Number 70. Kid's been getting plenty of penetration. Sorry about that, Father.
No, you're okay. 3rd down and 11. They've got a quartet of wide receivers over here. They set up Gilbert. Gilbert has got a block. Gilbert's got the sideline. Gilbert's trying to stay in bounds. He will. Gilbert didn't go out of bounds. No, he did. Now they're saying he did. Oh my God,
I didn't see that.
Where's the spot going to be? They're going to say the 43-yard line.
Here's the replay right here. 43 where? Oh, he's walking chalk. Oh, no.
Oh, my. It's not a definitive look on that angle, but wow. It is a 1st down for Decatur. 43-yard line is the new line of scrimmage. 1:57 to play. 2 timeouts for Decatur. Again, the quartet of wide receivers near side. They're going to pump and go. Ross is going to try and get out the back door. Fires far side. Oh, my. Right through the hands of wide open Luke White.
They're going with the diamond formation over here on the short side of the field.
Excuse me, that was Luke White.
Going right back to a diamond formation on the short side of the field. They're going to an empty backfield. Somebody's got to present some pressure, get home.
We've ticked past 1 o'clock in the morning. Quick throw far side. This time it's complete in the hands of White. Spun down, but he will have enough for the 1st down. 1:44 to play.
Haynes making the stop. 1st down, Eagles.
We mentioned it earlier with Sterling Doty going back to guys who had drops. Right there, Steve Huff and his offensive coordinator, Dwight Mincher, just did the same, going right back to Luke White, and he made the play this time to move the chains. Pump and go. Looking deep. Looking for White behind the defense. Oh, my. Did he haul that in?
Out of bounds.
Incomplete. They're saying he was out of bounds. A terrific catch of the football, but not one that will count as he was out of bounds. We'll get another look at it here. Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Put it this way. Very, very, very close. 2nd down and 10. The Decatur coaching staff is in the booth directly to our right. And they're even trying to catch a peek at our monitor to try and see, was that a catch or not? Now, again, no review in Texas high school football until you get to the state championship game. So no matter what this video does or doesn't show, and you be the judge at home, at the very least, it's really close.
Chalk comes up, man. That's as close as it gets.
Cord Morris in the comments says, right foot. Tell you what, if nothing else, what an effort from Luke White. But again, no review in Texas high school football unless it is the 12 state championship games at AT&T Stadium. So the call on the field is the call that will be. And it will be 2nd down and 10. Ball at the 33-yard line. The quartet of wide receivers goes to the right this time, but they look back left side, complete. Gilbert has got a first down and then some. Gilbert has got some moves inside the 15. Gilbert down inside the 10. It's 1st and goal with 1:09 to play.
1st and goal, Eagles.
That is an unbelievable play, and for Gilbert to get that catch, work his way back inside. This game is unbelievable, man. Just look at this. Gilbert looks like he's going back inside or going back outside, and he cuts it back inside into traffic. This game is taking a life all in its own. It's taking a life all in its own.
This game kicked off more than 6 hours ago. It is 1:05 in the morning. And dare I say, there might be more than 4 quarters played tonight.
Fitting for the night that we're having.
1:03 on the clock is not the time of day. That is 63 seconds left in the football game. A 7-point lead for Stephenville. The homestanding Decatur Eagles trying to tie it. It's 1st and goal. Ross in shotgun. Palmer to his right. He'll roll to the right side. Hand it back on misdirection. Stephenville was there. Read it brilliantly. It'll be 2nd and goal. No gain.
2nd down and goal.
They have one timeout.
Timeout! The fans are panicking. Steve Huff is not. Plenty of time. 43 at the snap. End zone shot for Gilbert on the jump ball. That'll draw a flag.
Penalty flag.
Tangled up with Willis Jackson. And the penalty yards will draw them closer to a game-tying score.
Oh, the sophomore. They catch the young Willis Jackson on a ball that's really overthrown. Yeah, they're asking, did he get his hands on? Because that, again, doesn't look like a ball that's a catchable ball. But hey.
They will indeed say pass interference on the defense against Willis Jackson, one of those 6 sophomores on that Yellow Jackets defense. Not only does it bring the football to the 2-yard line, but it sets up 1st down once again. 1st and goal. Nate Palmer smacking himself on the helmet, fired up at 1:06 in the morning. 38 seconds to play here in the 4th. 2 yards away. Ross to keep it himself, backing his way, being pulled by teammates. No gain on the play.
Timeout. Eagle.
Now the timeout is called by Decatur. The fans directly in front of our microphone couldn't believe that timeouts weren't being called. Finally, the final timeout for Decatur is called with 29 seconds left on the clock. They mark the football. It appears still at the 2-yard line. So it will be 2nd and goal from the 2 with 29 seconds left. Anybody got any breath left?
Nate Palmer.
Well, yeah.
Nate Palmer. Let's not even mess around with it. Let's not try and do anything. It's number 7. You line him up. You line your 4-star running back up, and you allow him to win this game for you. And my question is, with the kind of night that this team has had, does Coach Huff go for 2?
Second and goal from the 2. Handoff, Palmer stood up. Fighting still, but no. Met in the hole by Philip Wiggins.
They don't have any timeouts. They don't have
20 seconds left. Clock still burning. It'll be 3rd down and goal. Ross trying to get him lined up. Clock down to 13. 10 seconds left. In formation. Ross takes the snap. They'll go to the air. End zone shot. Touchdown, but a flag on the play.
Penalty flag on the play.
Is it going to be a legal formation? They had to hurry so much to get lined up. That would make a lot of sense. Ryan Vance, our referee, trying to sort it out and explain to Sterling Doty. So it will be a penalty against Decatur as, wow.
Illegal motion.
So what could have been a game-tying touchdown,
oh my gosh,
wiped off.
Oh my gosh.
4 seconds left as the illegal motion will dock them 5 yards. It will be 3rd and goal from the 8-yard line.
Probably more back at the 8.
The down and distance matters not. 4.0 seconds on your clock is all that matters. Barring a penalty, 1 shot for Decatur to tie or perhaps go for 2 to win the football game. But they need to find the end zone first. Ross in shotgun, fakes the handoff, looking over the middle, fires, end zone for Palmer, he caught it! Touchdown Decatur with no time on the clock.
It came right back to that wheel route, the same route that I was telling you about before. They came right back to that same route, and that's how they got them to. They still have to kick the field goal to tie it up, or are they going for 2?
I think they are going to go for 2. I think Steve Huff has had enough of this night. He's saying go for 2 and win the football game right here.
Oh, my goodness.
Offense is staying on the field.
Oh, my goodness.
They're going to bring Cooper Stastny on in place of Abram Graham. They're going to put 3 wide receivers to the bottom of the formation. Ross in shotgun, Palmer to his left. Timeout, Stephenville.
Wow. Mike, look, here's the deal. Okay, it's about 1:11 in the morning right now, and my football IQ has probably gone down a couple of points. Okay, but I can tell you right now that this is one heck of a football game.
Unbelievable.
I was calling for that wheel route a minute ago, and the fact that Doty came right back to that is Huff. Excuse me, I'm mixing up coaches now.
Buddy, it has been that night. A 3-hour and 20-minute lightning delay. A game that has seen 21-point swings in either direction. A 28-0 Stephenville run to take a 56-49 lead. Now Decatur has scored with zeros on the clock, and they're going to go for 2 and the win. At 1:12 in the morning, Ross, Palmer, and Graham in the backfield. Palmer in motion. Ross is going to roll near side. Ross looking end zone, flips it backside, knocked away. No flags. Game over. Stephenville wins 56-55 in an epic that ends at 12 minutes after 1 in the morning.
Yellow Jackets 56.
This has been an incredible game, worth the 3-hour delay, worth these parents coming back into the stands. This, unbelievable. I cannot believe what I just saw. Unbelievable game. Unbelievable game.
It was 21-0 Decatur. It was 28-7 Decatur. It was 35-14 Decatur. It was 49-28 Decatur in the 4th. and Stephenville came all the way back, 28 straight points to lead 56-49, only to see Decatur drive down the field and score as time expired. And until that two-point conversion pass from Jed Ross went begging, this game hung in the balance all night long through a 3-hour and 20-minute lightning delay. Unbelievable, only in Texas high school football.
These two teams are going to see each other again.
I hope so.
These two teams, they'll see each other again. What a call by those coaches to come back out here and finish this game. Thank you. Thank you for doing that,
Amen.
Coach. Thank you for doing that, Coach.
We talked about it during that lightning delay, during a 3-hour and 40-minute halftime show for all intents and purposes.
Yes.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
That this game in that second quarter, when we saw the wacky back and forth with 5 touchdowns being scored in a 3-minute span, and part of that was 3 of those 5 coming from Stephenville to get the Yellow Jackets back in the game, you could just kind of feel, hey, this second half might be something.
Yeah.
And then we had to sit and wait and watch the Thunder and Lightning roll in. And it looked like for a long time like we weren't going to see a second half of this football game. But you said it. Thank you to the patience of everybody here in Decatur, the folks in Stephenville as well, who, by the way, that hour 45 bus drive back to Erath County just got a whole lot easier walking out of here with a W. But still, they've got to make an hour and 45-minute bus ride back home. Thank you to everybody that had the patience to wait this thing out, because that second half was absolutely worth it.
I just got to say to both of these coaches, and for whatever it's worth, Coach Huff has probably legitimately one of the best 4A teams that I've seen so far this year. The way that they executed, just their firepower on offense, the way that they attack you with, I would say, some undersized guys, some overachieving guys, okay, on the football field. The discipline that they play with, the blocking down the field, everything to me, what I saw from Coach Huff's group was textbook football all the way through. Stephenville went into the locker room. I don't know what conversation they had. I don't know what they talked about. But I'm telling you, the team that came out of that field house right there was a different team. That was a different team. And the way that they came out here and executed with purpose, and it was almost like, guys, we've played our worst half of football. It can't get any worse than what we just did. So let's just go out here and play Yellow Jackets football. And they did exactly that. In sports, there has to be winners and losers, right? That's just the way that the game is decided. And unfortunately, this didn't finish in a tie. Nobody wants to see a tie game. But I'm telling you, there were no losers tonight. That was a classic football battle between two football communities. I would sit here for 7 hours and watch that over again. Now, don't hold me to it, but I'm telling you that I will watch that again, because Mike Leslie, that was awesome.
Show me a better 0-3 football team across the state of Texas than those kids walking off the field right now. They just lost 3 games against 3 really good football teams. At Anna by only 7 points, against a good team in Wichita Falls Rider at a level higher than them, and then here today against Stephenville in an epic football game that no matter which side of this game you are on, whether you're one of these kids walking off in a blue jersey dejected right now after losing this football game, or if you're one of the kids on the far sideline from Stephenville elated to make an hour 45 bus ride home, every one of the kids that played in this football game is going to be talking about 20, 30 years from now. Remember that night with that like 3-hour plus lightning delay and that crazy game with Stephenville or Decatur, 56-50. They're going to be talking about this game for the rest of their lives.
This is amazing. And
this one goes on the short list.
If I'm going to give out a game ball, and I can't just give out one, and I have to give out several, Ryan Gafford, the junior, he played lights out in that second half. He delivered the strikes. He made all the throws. And Tristan Gentry, look, he was big play for those guys, and he was the separator. Him and Noah Bullion played their tails off. In that defense, those guys up front that got gashed by number 7, Nate Palmer, those guys responded to the challenge, and Colton Dirth, the sophomore, the youngin', yeah. Yeah, that young man up front, he is serious business, and I have nothing but hats off to those guys, man. They played awesome.
This is the game that everybody's going to be talking about across the Texas high school football world tomorrow. You had Hutto and Liberty Hill. I think my brain has left me at this point at 1:19 in the morning, so I apologize. But I think it was Hutto and Liberty Hill that last week or a couple weeks ago played an 82-80 epic game that everybody was talking about. This is the game that everybody's going to be talking about tomorrow across the state of Texas. Did you see Stephenville? They played till 1:15 in the morning. 1:12, by the way, officially is the time that game officially just ended as that ball fell incomplete on the 2-point conversion try from Decatur. But this is the game that everybody's going to be talking about across the state tomorrow. This was a special football game, and partner, you said it. No losers out here today. This Decatur football team, I've seen it already in the comments, but for anybody who doesn't know, they were 0-3 a year ago too, and made it all the way to the state semifinals before losing to a China Spring team that, one, they gave everything China Spring could ever want to handle, and two, China Spring went and won the state championship the next week at AT&T Stadium. So this Decatur team has every reason to believe everything about their season is still in front of them despite the finish of this football game tonight.
Hey, they've been there, they've done that, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this Friday night football sticker on this desk so that they know that we were here. And not only were we here, we were here until 1 o'clock in the morning. We left our stamp, and we did that, Mike.
He literally just put a sticker on the desk here in the broadcast.
Yes, sir. We were here, Mike.
All right. Hey, it is 1:20 in the morning. Bless all of you who are still watching with us right now at this ungodly hour. What a football game this was. Special football game that, Hackman, you and I are going to be talking about this one for a very long time. This was cool to be a part of tonight, despite the it was difficult during the delay. It feels a whole lot better right now. Let's break it down and get out of here. What do you say? For our entire Friday Night Football crew who worked their tails off tonight, for you guys at home, I promise you that. Give every one of these guys their credit. Our director, Clay Marshall, our photographers, Graham Rayner and Lance Martin, digital coordinators back in house, Pete Friedman, Jay Wallace, and Paul Wedding, our graphics coordinator, Emil Moralda, Andrew Seeley, our WFAA sports producer back in house, helping us throughout the night as well. He deserves some props, and the one and only Heckma Harrison alongside. I'm Mike Leslie. So long from Decatur. Finally. This one is over. 56-55, Stephenville in an epic. All our Friday Night Football broadcasts are streamed live and archived on the WFAA Plus app and on the WFAA YouTube channel in perpetuity. I think you might want to go watch this one back. It was pretty special. This has been a proud presentation, all 6 hours and 30 minutes worth of it, of WFAA TV.